the fakeness. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting.
Oh, and the order that the defense requested, I'm going to sign that right now.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Officer LaRosa. Ms. Jones.
Court, all rise, jury entering.
Hear. All persons have anything due for this honorable justice. Diane Ferdinand, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in the County of Plymouth. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This honorable court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Before the court is a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. Ms. Ricci is present and is represented by attorneys Joshua Wood and Maura Barry. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Jeremy Kussman, Shannon Buckingham, and Jason Haran.
Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
Jurors, I hope you had an excellent weekend and got to enjoy some of the beautiful weather that we had over the weekend. We'll start today with your responses to the 3 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
And do you all still have open minds?
Yes.
With those 3 answers, everyone answering in the affirmative, we're ready to start today's work. Jurors, one of your fellow jurors has been excused from service and will not participate further in this case. You shouldn't speculate as to the reason that juror number 14, is no longer present. The reason for the juror's discharge was entirely personal. It's unrelated to this case or her views on the case or her relationship to her fellow jurors. In fact, I have no idea what her views were on the case or even whether she actually had any views about the case. I give you that information because undoubtedly you recognized this morning that one among you was not with you. So we're ready to begin today's work. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Maureen Harnett, please.
Yes. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the record?
Maureen Hartnett. The last name is Hartnett.
Where are you currently employed?
I am a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Criminalistics Unit.
How long have you been with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was originally hired in 2004, and I worked from 2004 to 2007 in both the CODIS unit and the Criminalistics Unit. And then I was most recently hired again in 2019 into the Criminalistics Unit.
And how long have you been a forensic scientist too for?
Approximately 4.5 years.
How long were you a forensic scientist 1 for?
Approximately 9 months.
Okay. And your title is what's your title?
Forensic scientist 2.
Okay. And what are your duties and responsibilities as a forensic scientist in the Criminalistics Unit?
I examine various items of evidence submitted by law enforcement agencies as well as internal crime scene responders for the presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva. I also do trace identification and damage analysis.
Okay. And what training did you receive at the lab?
I received approximately 9 months of training that was broken up into modules, each module addressing a different type of analysis that we would do in the unit. At the end of each module, I took a written exam, an oral exam, and a hands-on practical exam. Once I completed all the modules, I was given a mock case to process as normal casework.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
And outside of your formal education, what training have you received in the field of criminalistics?
In addition to the training, which I just spoke about, the 9-month training in-house at the State Police Crime Laboratory, I also received a 40-hour blood stain pattern analysis class. I took an ethics workshop and also a workshop on cognitive bias.
And what, if any, continuing education do you do? Excuse me.
As part of our accreditation, we are required to do continuing education every year, which may consist of learning a new technique or reading various articles in the field of forensics.
And who is the lab accredited by?
Our lab is accredited by ANSI, National Accreditation Board.
And you participated in competency and proficiency tests?
Yes, I do.
Most recently, what was the result of your rounds of competency testing, excuse me?
Successfully completed my most recent rounds of proficiency testing.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you're part of the crime response team.
Yes, I'm also a member of the crime scene response unit.
And how long have you been part of that?
Upon hire in 2019.
Okay. How many crime scenes have you responded to?
I would say approximately 200.
And when you respond to crime scenes, what's your usual role, typical role?
When I respond to crime scenes, I'll test various items of evidence. Again, for body fluids, I will collect various items, including weapons, clothing, and any other items that may contain forensic value.
And how many criminalistic cases have you been assigned or participated in, ma'am?
I believe approximately 1,000.
How are cases assigned to you?
Cases are assigned to me through my supervisor.
Okay. And once a case is assigned to you, what do you do?
Once a case is assigned to me, I will read over any reports that come along with the case, including police reports, medical examiner reports, crime scene reports, if those have been written. And then I decide what items are potentially most forensically relevant to examine.
Okay. Now, once you make that determination, what's the next step you do?
The next step is I prepare my lab area for examining the evidence. I bleach down my bench top with a 10% bleach solution, in addition to any reusable utensils that I'll use. And I also have various disposable utensils that I will prepare for examining the evidence.
And what's the purpose of that?
To prevent contamination.
Now, what steps do you take in processing an item of evidence?
So once my bench area is ready and I am put on my appropriate lab coat, gloves, and mask, I will retrieve the item of evidence from our cold storage unit. We have a computer electronic tracking system for every item of evidence within the lab. So once I put that evidence into my custody, I will scan it using the barcode on the package and scan it against the barcode that I have been assigned, so that the computer system is aware that I now can have custody of that item.
Now, once that is completed, what do you do next?
I photograph all the packaging to ensure that it was properly sealed. I then will photograph each item of evidence, front, back, interior, and exterior.
And do you once you complete that, what do you do next?
Depending on what the purpose of the examination is, I'll most likely be looking for any staining on the item, looking for trace materials on the item, and decide what type of testing will be done.
Okay. And what is a screening test?
A screening test is an initial test on a biological fluid. For example, a blood screening test will indicate whether or not blood may be present in that sample. And if there's a positive screening test, I will do a confirmatory test to confirm whether or not that stain is actually blood.
And what is it, just very briefly, what does a confirmatory test do?
A confirmatory test will determine whether or not the stain is blood.
And what do you specifically use? What does that look like?
So the screening test, I take something similar to a cotton swab, like a Q-tip. I rub it on the stain. I add 2 chemicals to that cotton swab. If it turns pink, it's considered a positive screening test. If the screening test is positive, then I'll then perform a confirmatory test where I either take a swabbing or a cutting from that stain. I put it in a buffer, which is just a liquid, to extract the stain from the item. That liquid is then loaded into a test card. It's something similar to a COVID test if you've done that. So you spot that liquid at the beginning of the card in the well. The liquid would travel up the strip. If it's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative.
So, Ms. Harnett, what happens when it tests positive?
If the confirmatory test is positive, I'll prepare a sample for DNA.
And what happens if it's negative?
Generally, I don't prepare a sample at that point.
So that for that particular item, it's concluded.
Yes, for that particular stain, there'd be no further testing done.
What is QLIM and what does quantity limited indicate?
QLIM is a term that we use at the lab to indicate that the stain or the item being sent forward to DNA is not large enough to divide into two samples. Typically, when we collect a sample, we preserve half of that stain or sample for further testing. If the stain or sample is too small for a variety of reasons, we will then deem it QLIM, which means quantity limited, and that entire sample will be used up during DNA analysis.
And QLIM is QLIM?
Yes, that's correct.
How are samples prepared for further analysis?
Depending on what the substrate the sample is on, if it's fabric or a hard surface. If it's a fabric, I will cut a sample, place it into a plastic tube, and seal it properly to send off to the DNA unit. If it is a hard surface, I will take a swabbing of the stain, preserve it in a similar fashion. I'll put it in a plastic tube, which is then properly sealed and sent forward to DNA.
And how are samples chosen for DNA analysis?
Samples are chosen on what potentially will have the most forensic relevance.
And who chooses? Who makes that decision?
I make that decision.
And once you make that decision, what happens next?
The samples are sent forward to DNA.
Okay. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to this lab number, in this case, lab number 21-02063. What was your role in this matter, Ms. Harnett?
I processed the evidence in the criminalistics unit for this case.
Okay. And do you recall who you received the evidence from?
The clothing items I received from our crime scene responder, Amy Joy, or she submitted them into the laboratory. The two other items, the knives, were submitted by Trooper Thomas Loughran, and he submitted to the crime laboratory.
Now, once these items are submitted to the crime laboratory and you obtain them, what do you do with them first?
First, they will be scanned into my custody so that the laboratory understands that they're in my custody and I have control over them.
Okay. Now, what items did you perform a general test on in this case?
I examined item 1-3, which is a knife, item 1-4, which is a knife. I also examined clothing of Christine Ricci, which consisted of a shirt, a sweatshirt, a pair of shoes, and a pair of pants.
Okay. And when you receive those items, are they already labeled? Do you label them? What happens?
They are already labeled upon receipt.
All right. I want to focus on the knife, the first knife, 1-3.
Okay.
When you obtained that item, what did you do with it?
I scanned it into my custody. I photographed the packaging and as well as photographed the item.
Okay. Do you observe the item?
Yes. Once that's completed, I make any visual observations of that item.
And when you made visual observations of this item 1-3, what did you see?
I saw a red-brown stain on the blade of the knife, and I also saw trace materials in the serrated portion of the knife.
Why don't we do it now? Sure. We do it now. Can we post on it very briefly?
Yes? You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you two photographs? Sorry, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted in those photographs?
These are photographs of item 1-3, which was a steak knife.
And did those photographs actually depict that steak knife 1-3?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'll move these items into evidence exhibit, the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right. We've been going one by one, so I'm actually going to keep that theme going, and we'll mark those as Exhibit 20 and 21.
Thank you.
Exhibits 20 and 21 so marked.
Thank you.
Upon visual inspection of that knife 1-3, what did you see?
I saw red-brown staining on the blade of the knife. I also saw trace materials within the serrated portion of the knife.
Okay. And that trace material, if you can only refer to it as trace material, where was that located on the knife?
It was in the serrated cutting portion of the knife.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
You recognize what is depicted in that photo?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted in that photo?
This is a close-up of a portion of the blade of the knife.
And does that accurately depict the blade of the knife on 1-3?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes?
I will move this item to evidence.
I would ask for my objection to be noted based on the.
Your objection is noted. The close-up of the serrated portion, cutting portion of the knife will be marked as Exhibit 22.
Your Honor, if I may publish number 20 and 21 exhibits to the jury.
Sure.
Starting off, maybe direct your attention to the big screen, exhibit number 20. Can you point out for the jury, if you can see, where the red-brown stain was located?
Sure. Do you want me just to get up?
You may get up.
So there was red-brown staining along the front portion of the blade. I can see it here.
All right, thank you. Now, if I may publish exhibit number 22, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Arnett, what is the exhibit number 22 display?
This is a close-up of that blade.
And can you point out the red-brown stain that you observed?
Yes. So this photo was taken under the microscope and with the red-brown stains on the blade of the knife.
And that's at the bottom left of the photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, after you observed those red-brown stains, what did you do?
I performed a screening test on those red-brown stains as well as a confirmatory test.
Your Honor, the witness may be seated.
She may be seated.
Now, when you performed the red-brown stains, a screening test on the red-brown stain, what was the result?
The screening test was positive.
And then upon receiving that positive on the screening test of the red-brown stains, what did you do next?
I performed a confirmatory test on those stains.
Okay. And how did you perform a confirmatory test?
I took a swabbing of the stains. I cut a portion of the swab, put it into a tube, added the solution to the tube, which is a liquid buffer, to extract the stain from that swab. And then that liquid is spotted into the test card, as I described earlier, and flowed up the strip of the test card. The resulting card showed 2 lines, which is a positive result.
And did you label that stain? A sample of it, was it labeled?
The sample that I took, yes, was labeled.
And what was that labeled as?
That was labeled, I believe, 1-3.2.1.
Was it labeled also with a letter?
Yes.
What was it called?
I designated it as stain A on the knife.
And that was a knife that was located on the dining room floor
Yes, correct.
of the home.
Yes.
In regards to that item, once the blood confirmatory was confirmed as blood, what did you do with it?
I preserved the sample to send forward to DNA.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you did with that item?
I also collected the trace material from the item, and I also took a sample from the handle of the item for possible skid cell recovery.
Okay. And in regards to the skin cell of the item from the handle, what would you do with that?
That sample is sent forward to DNA. I don't do any testing for skin cells. It's just a sample that's taken and sent forward.
All right. Now, I want to discuss with you item 1-4. Okay. What was that item?
Item 1-4 was a chopping knife.
Okay. And where was that located?
I believe it was located on the dining room table of the home.
Okay. And when you received that item, what did you do with it?
I scanned it into my custody. I took a photograph of the exterior packaging as well as a photograph of the knife itself.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to review photographs of that knife?
Yes, I have.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And you 2 photographs. Ms. Harnett, do you recognize what is depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted in those photographs?
These are the overall photographs of item 1-4, which is a knife.
Okay. And did those photographs accurately depict item 1-4 that you received in this matter?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Almost moves these items together.
Is there an objection?
No objection to these.
How many are there?
2, Your Honor.
So they'll be marked in a minute as Exhibit 23 and 24.
May I publish Exhibit 24, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Harnett, direct your attention to the big screen exhibit number 24. What did you, when you did a visual observation of this knife, what did you see?
Upon my first observation, I noted that there was a dark stain on the tip of the knife.
And when you observed that dark stain on the tip of the knife, what did you do?
I then put it under the microscope so I could get a clearer picture of what it looked like.
And did you take photographs of the tip of the knife with a clearer picture?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Gonna do both. Thank you, ma'am. May I approach the witness?
You may.
You need 2 more photographs. You recognize what is depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted on those photographs?
These are the close-ups with of photos taken with the microscope of the blade of that knife and some of the staining on that knife.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Actually, before I do that, did those photographs accurately depict the knife that you observed?
Yes, they do.
Or what is depicted on the knife that you had?
Yes, they do.
Renew my objection, Your Honor, for the record.
He's renewing his objection for the record. Note your objection, exhibits 25 and 26, the close-ups of 1.4 are marked in a minute into evidence.
Your Honor, I have 25 and 26.
You're right.
May I publish exhibit number 25?
You may.
Ms. Harnett, if I can direct your attention to the big screen TV exhibit number 25. If the witness may be removed from the stand to point out.
She may.
You testified there indicated that there was red-brown stains. Can you point to the jury?
Yes. So these are the red brown stains that I observed on the serrated portion of the knife once I looked at it under the microscope.
And once you observed those red-brown stains, what did you do?
Once I observed those red brown stains, I performed a screening test on those.
And what was the result of the screening test?
The screening test was positive.
Please be seated. After you received a positive screening test on that item, what'd you do next?
I collected a sample for that item. I did not run a confirmatory test on that particular stain due to the sizing of the stains.
So no confirmatory test was conducted.
Correct.
And how come?
I decided that that stain would most likely be Q-lim, quantity limited, given the small size of the red brown stains. Anytime you perform a test, such as a confirmatory test, you are using up some of the sample to do so. So in this case, I chose not to use up that sample for the confirmatory test and send it forward for DNA.
So even though you couldn't do a confirmatory test, you sent it further for additional testing. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And the reason you didn't do that confirmatory test is because it was too small.
Yes, in my opinion, it was too small. It potentially would use up too much of the material in order to run a DNA sample later.
Okay. Now, what else did you do in regards to the item number 1-4?
I also collected the trace material from the blade of the knife, as well as a swab from the handle of the knife for potential skin cell recovery.
Okay. And once you did that, what happened next?
Those samples were properly packaged and sent forward for DNA.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to item 3-10. What's that item?
Item 3-10 was a shirt. It was noted as belonging to Christine Ricci.
And once you received that shirt, what'd you do with it?
I photographed the exterior packaging, and then I photographed the item itself, the front, the back, and the interior front and back.
Okay. And after you photographed the T-shirt, what'd you do?
I made my visual observations of the shirt, which included a red-brown stain on the front of the shirt.
May I approach?
You may.
I need one photograph. Ms. Harnett, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the front of item 3-10, which is a T-shirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the front of that 3-10 T-shirt?
Yes, it does.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Almost moves into evidence as next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It'll be marked as exhibit, admitted into evidence as exhibit 27, photo of the front of the sweatshirt.
May I publish this to the jury?
You may.
Ms. Harnett, you indicated that you did a visual observation of this T-shirt,
Yes, that's correct.
and what was the result?
I noted a red-brown stain on the front of the T-shirt.
Can you please point to that red-brown stain that you observed?
Yes, may I?
You may.
The red brown stain is in the upper left area of the T-shirt.
Upper left when you're wearing the T-shirt.
Yes, correct.
And in regards to the photograph, upper right.
It's upper, yeah, yes, my apologies. So it's upper right on the photograph, but if you were wearing the shirt, it would be the upper left.
Thank you. And you had the opportunity to take additional photographs of that area.
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And you took photographs. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What?
These are close-up photographs of that stain on the front of the shirt.
Does that up-close photographs accurately depict the stain on the T-shirt?
Yes, it does.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Commonwealth moves these items to evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They will be marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibits 28 and 29.
Exhibits 28 and 29, so marked.
Thank you.
And did you entitle that? What'd you do with that stain?
So that stain I screened, excuse me, I performed a screening test for blood on that stain as well as a confirmatory test for blood.
Okay. And that was a sample of stain A?
Yes, correct. I designated it as stain A for reporting purposes.
And what was the result of the blood screening?
The screening test was positive.
And thus you went to the blood conformatory on this case?
Yes.
In this one?
Excuse me, yes, that's correct.
And what was the result of that?
That test was also positive.
Okay. And once you received the positive on blood confirmatory test, what'd you do next?
I took a cutting of that stain to send it forward for DNA.
Okay. What else did you do in regards to item 1 dash, strike that, item 3-10?
I believe I collected trace materials from that item as well.
Okay. Once your examination of the items was completed, what'd you do?
I prepared a technical report of my analysis.
Okay. And is that report admin and technically reviewed?
Yes, my report is always technically reviewed by a peer in my unit as well as administratively reviewed.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
So in regards to the trace material, was that submitted for further testing?
No, it was not.
How come?
When a forensic link has been made using a biological fluid, per item, our item analysis policy, trace material is not typically examined unless specifically requested.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
With regard to the trace materials, you mean specifically requested by like the Commonwealth?
It can be requested by the Commonwealth or as well as the defense.
Or someone at your lab?
Yes, that's correct. If there's a forensic relevance to that trace material, that would provide an additional answer than has already been provided with the biological.
So in other words, if this material looks like it's going to answer no questions, you don't have it tested?
If it's not going to answer additional questions, correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Megan Little, please.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Megan Little, Little.
And where are you employed, ma'am?
I am employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory
How long have you been employed there?
for 5 years.
And what capacity are you employed as?
I am a forensic scientist 2 in the DNA unit.
And can you briefly describe your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry from the University of Maine and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University.
And can you just very briefly describe the nature of your work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes, I process evidence samples, analyze results, perform comparisons as necessary, and issue reports.
And do you have any specialized training?
Yes, upon being hired at the crime lab, I underwent a training program that includes processing mock evidence samples, lectures, written exams, and at the completion of that, I took a competency test.
And what was the results of your most recent competency proficiency exams?
I've passed all my competency and proficiency tests.
Approximately how many samples have you performed DNA analysis on at the lab?
Over 500.
And can you just very briefly describe the DNA process?
Yes, so we take samples through a 4-step process. The first step is extraction, where we break open the cells and isolate the DNA. The second step is quantification, where we determine how much DNA is present in a sample. The third step is amplification, where we target specific areas of the DNA and make many copies of them. And then during the last step, those different copies are detected. I then look at the data on a computer and determine the DNA profile.
And in reference to this case, which is lab number 21-02063, was a known standard submitted to your lab for analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know where the known standard came from?
It was a saliva standard from Christine Ricci.
And once you obtained that saliva standard from Christine Ricci, what'd you do with it?
So it went through that 4-step process. I then looked at the data on my computer and determined her DNA profile from that sample.
Okay. And what were the results of your testing?
I generated a single source DNA profile that could be used for a standard from Christine Ricci for comparison purposes.
Okay. And what happens after you generate a profile?
My work is done. My file is submitted for technical and administrative review, and then upon my file's closing, that profile can be used by whichever analyst is doing the analysis on the questioned items.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes?
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Any
questions.
The witness may step down. Thank you very much. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Yes, please. Commonwealth calls Lindsay Bird, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony and the evidence which you report in the jury that are now coming from the Commonwealth and Defendant bar, truth, both of them, and the peace of God? I do. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the record?
My name is Lindsay Bird, and Bird is spelled B-I-R-D.
And where are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Just over 12 years.
And have you been with the DNA unit that whole time?
I have.
What is your current capacity?
I am a forensic scientist 3 within the DNA unit, which is a supervisory role. over other forensic scientists doing day-to-day casework, and I'm also in charge of quality control for the DNA unit.
What is the duties and responsibilities of a forensic scientist 3?
So we assign and review casework from other analysts and do casework ourselves. And in my capacity as a quality control supervisor, I also ensure that the instrumentation and the reagents that we're using are all meeting our standards before we use them.
When did you become a forensic scientist number 3?
2 years ago.
And how long were you a forensic scientist number 2 for?
9 years, and then the first year I was a forensic scientist 1, which is a designation given to trainees.
What's your educational background, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of New Hampshire, a Master of Science in Microbiology from the University of Hawaii, and a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And do you have any specialized training in DNA?
I have.
That.
Prior to performing any casework, I was required to attend a training academy of sorts at the State Police Crime Lab that lasted for a period of about 1 year in order to meet the FBI's requirements to perform casework. And that included a literature review, working on mock cases and samples, observing, demonstrating all of our procedures, written and practical exams, and then it culminated in a final competency test.
And do you have any additional laboratory experience prior to working at the lab?
Prior to my position as a forensic scientist, I worked in the same unit as a contract employee where I did quality control tasks and research projects and functioned as a send-out technician.
And do you continue to do continuing education?
I do. We're required to do 8 hours of continuing education at a minimum per year.
Now, you mentioned competency tests. Did you just mention that?
I did.
And proficiency tests. What were your results most recently in those tests?
I have taken and passed all of them.
Now, how many samples have you performed a DNA analysis on in the lab?
At this point, well over 3,000.
And how many DNA cases have you done a comparative analysis on, if you know?
I don't know.
Is it
in the hundreds?
Hundreds, okay.
Yeah.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this matter, which is lab number 21-02063. What was your role, ma'am?
For this case, I did data analysis and DNA interpretation for 4 items that were submitted to the DNA unit for DNA testing.
And what happens when you receive those items?
So we have a 4-step process that we do for all of our samples in the lab, and those samples are received from the criminalistics unit, and they undergo that 4-step process, and at the end, the data is interpreted and reported in DNA testing reports.
So what do you do?
For this case, I can do all of it. But for this case, I only I picked up where the data started. So once the lab work was complete, it was given to me to do the data interpretation and write the reports.
So you received the known DNA profile of Christine Ricci from Megan Little.
Correct.
And then you also received the Y-STR profile of Michael Ricci generated by Madeline Richardson.
Correct.
And you also received the STR profile of Michael Ricci generated by Madison Frank.
That's correct.
So that's when you pick up your work.
Correct.
Okay. How do you do an interpretation of those DNA items?
So my interpretation begins with the evidence items, the questioned items, that we are trying to answer the question of who may have left this behind. So I will look at the items of evidence first, the profiles generated from them, interpret how many individuals they might be from, if they are interpretable, if there is a profile there to compare to, and then I can do a comparison to any of the known standards that we have submitted with the case.
So you received 4 items in total that you examined?
Correct.
Okay. And you take the question items and compare them to those 3 DNA samples?
Correct, if they are comparable, yes.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to item 1-3.
Your Honor, may I refer to my report?
You may.
Thank you.
What was that?
So I looked at the profile for item 1-3.2.1, which was described as a sample of stain A on the blade of the knife recovered from the dining room floor at 679 Moraine Street.
And what did you obtain from that item?
For item 1-3.2.1, the result was a male STR DNA profile was obtained.
And what does that mean?
It means that the profile generated from that location on that item produced a profile that appeared to be from one individual.
And Ms. Bird, what is a contributor?
So DNA profiles can be from one person, and we would call that a single source profile, meaning the data indicates that it was deposited by one person. So one contributor, one person contributed this DNA to this place. Other profiles can be a mixture of more than one person's profile. So we can see that there may be 2, 3, 4 people contributing to that mixture profile, and then those would have more than one contributor contributing biological material to that location.
How many contributors were assumed on this matter, on this item?
This item was consuming one contributor.
Okay. Now, in regards to determining that, what did you do after?
Once I determined that, I did a comparison to the known standards that were available for the case.
And can you describe to the jury what you did, please?
So I compared that Y-STR DNA profile from item 1-3.2.1 to the known profile from Michael Ricci and to the known profile from Christine Ricci.
In regards to Michael Ricci, what was the result?
The result was that the DNA profile from this item was at least 9.1 nonillion times more likely if the profile originated from Michael Ricci than if it originated from an unknown individual unrelated to Michael Ricci. And this provides support for an inclusion.
What is inclusion?
So that means that when the evidence profile was compared to the known profile, they were found to be consistent. And then some statistical weight was applied to what that consistency means.
And that was 9.1 nonillion?
Correct.
Do you know how many zeros that is?
A nonillion is a 1 with 30 zeros after it.
And what did you do after determining Michael Ricci or using Michael Ricci's profile?
I then also did a comparison to Christine Ricci to the same profile.
And what was the result of that, ma'am?
That Christine Ricci is excluded from that DNA profile.
And what does excluded mean?
It means that when compared, the known standard profile taken from Christine Ricci is not consistent with the profile recovered from this item.
Okay. Now, anything else did you do with that item?
No.
Now, items, what were the next two items that you tested?
The next two items, the next two items that I interpreted were item 1-3.3.1, which is a sample from a handle of a knife recovered from the dining room floor at 679 Marine Street, and item 1-4.3.1, which was a sample taken from the handle of a knife recovered from the dining room table at 679 Marine Street.
What was the result of that?
For both of those items, the DNA profile is a mixture that is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And what does that mean?
It means that the recovered profile, while we could see it and there was a lot of information there, it was too low level and too complex to do anything with it. I could not compare it to anyone's known standard or do anything further with it.
Thank you. And then finally, item 3-10. What is that item?
The final item that I looked at was item 3-10.2.1, and this was described as a sample of stain A on the exterior left chest of the white t-shirt recovered from Christine Ricci.
And what was the, what profile did you locate?
For this sample, we generated a Y-STR profile, and that profile was a mixture of at least 2 males.
And what is a Y-STR DNA profile?
A Y profile is generated from testing that is specific only to male individuals. So in a DNA profile where there is a mixture of more than one person's DNA, if there's a large amount of female DNA and only a small amount of male DNA, using Y-STR testing allows us to only look at DNA from the Y chromosome, which females do not have. So by using Y-STR testing, we're able to pull out that male profile that otherwise would have been overwhelmed by the female DNA that's there.
In testing purposes, what's the difference?
All of the lab steps are mostly the same, except for the third step when we're amplifying the samples. We will use slightly different chemicals that target only the Y chromosome and really negate all of the other DNA that's in there. At the end, all the other steps are the same, but the profile at the end is a little bit different.
And what's the importance of that?
The differences are important because it's they are considered to be patrilineal, meaning they are inherited through the Y chromosome down a family line. So an example would be a grandfather and a father and a son would all have the same Y-STR profile as each other because it's inherited through the Y chromosome. And another example would be two brothers from the same father. They would also have the same Y profile as each other and as their father.
Now, you indicated that the Y-STR DNA profile was a mixture of at least 2 male contributors. And then how do you separate the contributors? What types are there?
So for this case, or for this profile, I should say, there was what we call a major profile and a minor profile. When we recover the DNA profile, the contributors may contribute in different amounts. So a major profile is one that there's a lot of data there and it's very clear, and the minor profile is very low level trace amounts and really not enough to do any comparison or work with, but we can still use the major profile to compare to known standards.
And again, did you take the Y-STR DNA profile from the questioned item and compare it to what?
I compared it to the Y profile standard for Michael Ricci.
And what was the results, ma'am?
That the major DNA profile is at least 174 times more likely if the profile originated from Michael Ricci or a patrilineal relative than if it originated from a randomly selected individual. 99.9% of the male population can be excluded from the major DNA profile.
What does that mean?
It means that when compared, the profile recovered from item 3-10.2.1, the major portion of the profile, when compared to the known Y standard from Michael Ricci, they were found to be consistent with one another. And then I performed some statistical calculations to add some weight to what that consistency means.
And how did you perform those statistical calculations?
For the Y-STRs, we use a database online that gives us some population statistics that we can plug into basically an online calculator in order to calculate what the likelihood is of seeing this profile if it did originate from the same source or if it didn't.
And what was that source, if you recall?
So my calculation is comparing the likelihood of this profile, seeing this profile if it originated from Michael Ricci or seeing it if it originated from somebody else.
And what was your conclusion?
That the major DNA profile was at least 170 times more likely if the profile originated from Michael Ricci than if it originated from a randomly selected individual who was not a patrilineal relative.
And I'm not sure if you indicated this earlier. What was the result of the minor profile?
The minor profile is not suitable for comparison. It was very low level, and there was really nothing that could be done with it.
Okay. What, if anything else, did you do in regards to analysis on this item?
That's the completion of it.
Now, are you subject to technical and administrative review?
Yes, I am.
Was that completed in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you do anything further?
No, I did not.
May I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
May step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Almost may call its next witness.
Taylor Fedichuk, please.
Stop right there.
Do solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence is given to the court and the jury and that are now coming from the Commonwealth and Defendant bar to the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. You may have a seat.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the record?
My name is Taylor Federchuk, last name spelled Federchook.
And where are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the DNA unit.
In what capacity?
I am a forensic scientist and a DNA analyst.
And how long you been employed there for?
A little under 7 years.
Can you briefly describe your educational background, please?
I received a dual Bachelor of Science degree from West Virginia University in Forensic and Investigative Science and Biology. I then received my Master of Science degree from Boston University School of Medicine in Biomedical Forensic Science.
What is the nature of your work in your present position?
I am a DNA analyst in the DNA unit where we process samples and generate reports and provide courtroom testimony.
Now, do you have any specialized training?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
Upon my hire to the lab, I went through an approximately 9-month training process where I did mock laboratory work, lectures, required readings, etc., to then take a competency test to be deemed competent in DNA analysis.
And what were the results of your most recent competency proficiency examinations?
I was deemed competent in DNA analysis and continually proficient in DNA analysis.
And does your lab follow policies and protocols for DNA?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And that's where's that policy and procedure come from?
We have protocols for each step in our process that are determined by the laboratory.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to this matter, lab number 21-02063. What was your role, Ms. Federtuk?
I was the technical reviewer of DNA testing report 4.
Okay. And what is a technical reviewer?
All of our files go through a review process. The technical review is an independent review of the data by another analyst that is trained to do the review process, where we check for accurate and completeness of the results.
And in this particular matter, what did you review?
I reviewed the worksheets, the data interpretation, and the report for DNA testing report 4.
Now, you had the opportunity to review item 1-4.2?
Yes, that is correct.
And what was that item?
That item was sample of stain A on the blade of knife on the dining room table at 679 Moraine Ave, or Moraine Street, I believe, sorry.
Now, what was, why was this tested at a different time than the other items upon your review?
It depends when things are submitted, or in this case, this was an exhaustive sample that was tested later after authorization of exhausting that sample.
And once an item is deemed exhaustive, how does the lab accommodate to that?
There are either the exhaustive testing can be put forward or somebody can observe the testing as well.
And was at some point the exhaustive testing was put forward?
Yes.
Okay. Now, upon your review, what was obtained, what DNA profile was obtained from that item 1-4?
A male DNA profile was obtained.
And how many contributors were assumed?
We assumed one contributor.
Okay. Now, upon your independent review, what were your findings, ma'am?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 9.1 nonillion times more likely if the DNA profile originated from Michael Ricci than if the profile originated from an unknown individual unrelated to Michael Ricci. This provides support for an inclusion, and Christine Ricci was excluded from this DNA profile.
And this was a STR profile?
Yes, that is correct.
And it's an inclusion of a fellow STR profile? Is that
yes,
accurate?
that is correct.
Okay. And you indicated Christine Ricci is excluded?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Any cross-exam?
Yeah, just a moment. You mentioned that this particular testing was exhaustive.
Yes, that is correct.
And that means that this was one of those samples where there was quantity limited, correct?
Yes, at the beginning of the process, yes. But however, we had enough DNA in our testing to go forward with the 4-step process.
You just didn't have enough DNA to save any portion of it for later testing, correct?
Of the original item swab itself, yes, that is correct.
Which indicates that there was a very small amount of DNA on this item.
Up front, before our quantification part of the testing, we don't know how much DNA, and certain samples are deemed quality possibly limited. In this case, there was a amount of DNA that was able to go forward, and there was still extract, or the volume that the DNA is eluted in is still available, yes.
This is through the amplification process.
Through the quantification process to know how much DNA we obtained from our sample.
Which is post-amplification?
No, that is pre the amplification process.
Okay. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Commonwealth calls Officer Hunt, please.
Government this, sir. This is correct.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence which you report in the jury is that now and between the Commonwealth and defendant of ours and the truth, full truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. You may proceed. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In a nice, loud, clear voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is Alexander Hunt. My last name is H-U-N-T.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
Marshfield Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a patrolman.
How long have you been employed by the Marshfield Police?
About 5 years.
Was that your first employment in law enforcement?
Yes.
And as a patrolman, what are some of your duties and responsibilities, sir?
I respond to emergency and non-emergency calls.
Drawing your attention, sir, to January 28th, 2021, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And as a patrolman?
Yes.
And what was your shift that you were working?
I was working the 4 p.m. to midnight shift.
And do you happen to remember the weather that day?
It was cold out. There was snow on the ground. I believe it was in the 30s.
And at approximately 4:48, sir, were you dispatched to a particular location?
Yes, I was dispatched to Marine Street.
And was that 679 Marine Street, if you recall?
Yes.
And what was the dispatch call for, sir?
It came in as
Objection, Your Honor, with regard to.
You can answer.
It came in as a medical 911 call saying that a male.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's a medical 911 call. Next question. And did you proceed to that location after getting the dispatch call, sir?
Yes, I did.
And approximately how long did it take you to respond to that location?
A few minutes.
And were you working alone or with a partner that day?
I was working with Officer Kelly.
Were you both in full uniform?
Yes.
In a marked cruiser?
Yes.
And who else arrived to 679 Marine Street roughly at the same time as you and Officer Kelly, sir?
Officer Chris Martin.
Were you three the first to arrive regarding first responders?
Yes.
And upon your arrival, can you describe your observations, sir?
When I arrived, the daughter was out front and she was pointing inside saying that her father had, he's the one having a medical emergency.
And specifically, where was she when you saw her, sir?
The daughter, she was outside in the driveway. She was pointing inside.
Was she alone?
Yes.
And how did she appear?
She was distraught. She was upset.
And upon entering the home, sir, what did you observe?
I saw Christine Ricci standing in the dining room, and then I saw Michael Ricci laying there on the floor.
And with regard to Michael Ricci, sir, could you describe how he was on the ground? In what position?
He was laying, his feet were towards Christine. He was laying face up. I think his leg might have been on like the staircase a little bit, but we kind of had to adjust him in order to provide CPR.
Fair to say he was on his back?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe his physical appearance and condition?
He didn't have a pulse at the time. That's why we provided CPR.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his person?
None at the time.
And what did you begin to treat him for?
I provided rescue breaths using an ambu bag, and Officer Kelly provided compressions.
And you indicated that the defendant, Christine Ricci, was standing near Michael Ricci, is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically where?
She was standing a couple feet away from him, almost like facing him.
And what was her condition?
She was upset, distraught. I couldn't really make out what she was saying. I know Officer Martin was speaking with her at the time while me and Officer Kelly were providing CPR.
And it's fair to say your role was not speaking to the defendant, correct?
Yes.
What was your focus?
It's providing CPR.
And when you first arrived with Officer Kelly and Martin and began performing emergency measures, had anyone in the home already been trying to or attempting to do the same?
No. Excuse me, Your Honor. Objection. I move to strike that.
I'll see you at the side of the bar. I have a clarifying question. Thank you. Officer Hunt, when you arrived in the Ricci home, did you observe anyone performing any life-saving measures at that time?
No, I did not.
And during the course of your treatment of Michael Ricci, where was Christine Ricci?
She was almost standing over him, kind of like, as I said, a few feet away. She was kind of in front of the stairs.
And at some point while you were performing emergency measures, did anyone else arrive?
Eventually, the paramedics arrived on scene.
And what was their role in relationship to your role when they arrived?
I was kind of in a tight spot, so I remained giving rescue breaths while one of the paramedics took over compressions for Officer Kelly.
And was there any kind of machine that was brought in to assist with the emergency assistance?
Yes, they ended up strapping on a compression machine to allow for automatic compressions.
And in setting up that machine, what, if anything, did you observe the paramedics do with Michael Ricci's shirt?
They ended up ripping up his shirt to get a clear, to get the machine on clear.
And in the course of doing so, what, if anything, drew your attention on the gloves of one of the paramedics, sir?
While the paramedic was giving compressions, he kind of looked at his hand and saw some blood on it. I looked at it too, and I didn't really realize. I thought it was another injury from him falling or something like that, to that nature.
And why in particular did that draw your attention?
Because at the time, the paramedic kind of stopped and just looked at his hand for a second and then continued to do compressions and set up the machine. But we didn't know that there was another injury.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. I'll strike that last portion. We didn't know there was another injury.
And at some point, was Michael Ricci moved to another location?
Yes, they strapped him on a backboard and brought him down to the ambulance.
Did you assist in any way with this transport of Michael Ricci to the ambulance?
No, I did not, but one of the paramedics left a bag, so I brought the bag out to the paramedics.
And upon bringing the bag back to the paramedics, did you have a conversation at some point with anyone at the ambulance?
Yes, it was Lieutenant Smith.
And what, if anything, did he tell you, sir?
He informed me that there was a stab wound.
And was that the first time you had heard about a stab wound?
Yes.
When did Lieutenant Smith inform you of this in relation to when Michael Ricci was placed inside the ambulance?
He was already placed inside of the ambulance. He was coming back up to inform us. And while I kind of met him like halfway up the driveway.
And what, if anything, did you do with this information that Lieutenant Smith provided?
Myself and Lieutenant Smith both went back up to the house and informed Officer Kelly and Officer Martin.
And at that point, what happened next?
Officer Kelly asked Christine Ricci who stabbed him.
And what did she say?
She said, "That's what I've been saying, there's blood. He's bipolar and schizophrenic."
And had you heard her say that before?
No.
What was her demeanor like?
She was upset, kind of distraught. At the time, we were going to take her up to the hospital.
What was the purpose of bringing, or the intention of bringing Miss Ricci to the hospital?
Because we thought it was a medical emergency, which it was. So instead of having her drive up there, we were going to transport her to, not allow her to be distraught and get into an accident on the way up there.
And prior to getting into that, what, if anything else, did Christine Ricci say had happened as it relates to this stab wound that was discovered?
She took a knife to defend herself and saying that Michael Ricci had lunged at her or had fallen on her.
And again, had you heard her mention anything along those lines when you had first arrived?
No, I did not.
And what, if any, knife was discovered while you were there, sir?
There was a knife on the ground. It was behind her. Michael was laying to the left side of the staircase. Christine was in front of the staircase, and the knife was behind her a few feet to the right of the staircase.
Had you previously seen the knife, sir?
No.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the knife once it was located?
It was like a black kitchen steak knife. There was no blood on it that I could see.
What, if anything, did Christine Ricci say about the stab wound to his back?
She did not say anything about it.
What, if anything, did Ms. Ricci say about a cut in addition to this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Your Honor, there's no evidence that she was asked about these things.
I will see you at the side of the bench, counsel.
Officer Hunt, at any time did you ask Christine Ricci about the stab wound to Michael Ricci's back?
I did not personally.
Were you present when anyone else did?
No.
And had, based on your training and experience, sir, had you been responding to a stabbing, how, if any, how would that response have differed than what you just described as your response being when you first got there?
I would have applied direct pressure to the wound and attempt to stop the bleeding.
And you indicated that initially, Ms. Ricci, the plan was to take her to the hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
And why was that originally the plan?
Initially because we thought it, he was having some.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question differently.
Sir, was the plan to take Ms. Ricci to the hospital when it was initially believed the situation was different with Michael Ricci?
Yes.
And then did the plan change as to where Ms. Ricci would go?
Yes.
Where did she go?
She came back to the Marshall Police Station.
And sir, at some point, was Sophia also taken somewhere?
Yes.
And where was that?
She was also taken to the station.
And once both Christine Ricci and Sophia Ricci were taken from the scene, what was your role as it relates to the scene?
I remained on scene to secure it, to make sure nobody entered or exited the scene.
May I have one moment, please?
You may.
Sir, one last question, just going back a few moments. When you testified about the paramedics, when they had hooked Michael Ricci up to the machine, the compression machine, that line of questioning, and you observed blood on the glove of one of the paramedics, may I just ask you a follow-up question about that?
Yes.
At any point, where, if anywhere, were you able to see where the blood was coming from?
We did not see. I didn't personally see where the blood was coming from. He had a couple lasers.
Objection.
You didn't see where it came from.
Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You mentioned that when you arrived at 679 Moraine Street on January 28, 2021, you noticed a body of a male lying on the floor, correct?
Yes.
In a supine position.
Yes.
Meaning his face was facing towards the ceiling, correct? And he was on his back.
Yes.
And his feet, you said, were on the staircase or near the stairs.
One of his legs might have been.
Right. And just so we're clear, these were a couple of stairs that were between the sunken living room, dining room area and the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you saw blood on the hands of one of the paramedics while he was giving chest compressions, correct?
Yes.
So this would have been while his hands were on the front of Mr. Ricci's body doing chest compressions on his chest area?
Well, as you're doing CPR, you're supposed to give about 30 chest compressions, allow the person to give rescue breaths so that whoever's doing the chest compressions has to stop. So while he was stopping and I was giving the rescue breaths, he was looking at his hands.
So in other words, just want to make this clear, the compressions are on the front of his body?
Yes.
And that's when you noticed blood on his gloves for the first time?
Yes.
You said that when you first got to the scene, your primary focus, along with Officer Kelly, was to take care of the man on the floor.
Yes.
And you weren't paying particular attention to Christine Ricci except where she was standing.
Yes.
And it was really Christopher Martin, Officer Martin, who was talking to her.
Yes.
And you mentioned that she was very upset.
Yes.
And when you say upset, you mean she was crying, correct?
Yes.
She was hyperventilating?
Yes.
She was heaving?
Yes.
It was very difficult to understand what she was saying.
Yes.
And so you were focused on dealing with the medical issues and you weren't really paying attention to what she was saying.
Yes.
And you were leaving that task to Martin.
Yes.
And of course, she was saying a lot of things, but it was very highly emotional and it was difficult to understand.
Yes.
Now, when you arrived on the scene, you don't know whether Christine Ricci or Sophia Ricci at that point had done anything, any life-saving measures before you got there, correct?
Not that I know of.
Right. All you know is when you walked in, everyone back was away from the body by, as you say, a feet or a couple feet.
Yes.
Giving you the appropriate space that you needed to work, correct?
Yes.
You said that when how did you put it, when Lieutenant Smith comes in and mentions the puncture wound, you're there when Officer Kelly asks again about, or asks Christine Ricci a question?
When I went out to give a medical bag to the paramedics that they left inside, Lieutenant Smith met me halfway and informed me of the wound, and he came in along to speak with Officer Kelly.
And Officer Kelly directed a question to Ms. Ricci at that point, right?
Yes.
And she began her statement with, "That's what I've been telling you."
Yes.
Right? Does the grammar of that clause suggest that she had said something about it before?
Objection. You can answer it.
Yes, it could be.
Right. And again, it was Christopher Martin who was spending the time talking to her before when she was so upset.
Yes.
While you guys were working at the body, right? At some point also she says, in describing how it all went down, she mentions that he fell on her. Is that your memory?
Something to that nature, yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect, very briefly.
Sir, defense counsel just said defendant Christine Ricci, when you first arrived, she was upset, hyperventilating, heaving, correct?
Yes.
And she was, as you said, a bit difficult to understand. Is that right?
Yes.
And then he said she was saying a lot. Was she, in fact, saying a lot?
No, not that I heard.
What was she doing?
She was kind of just crying, mostly, from what I could hear.
Do you hear any actual words you could decipher besides the tears and the hyperventilating?
No.
Did you ever hear the word knife until Lieutenant Smith asked about the stabbing?
Objection, Your Honor. He said he wasn't listening to what she said.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Recross.
Yes. Sir, it was Christopher Martin that was paying attention to what Ms. Ricci was saying, correct?
He was speaking with her, yes.
Right. You were paying attention to taking care of the man on the floor.
Yes, my main focus was providing CPR.
Correct. And you don't really know what Ms. Ricci said to Officer Martin, do you?
I did not hear anything.
Right. Thank you. Nothing further.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
So jurors, now might be a time to take our morning break. It's a little bit past the 11 o'clock hour, but you didn't come out quite on time this morning, so I'll give you your morning break.
Rise for the jurors. Let's place the notebooks in the chair and exit this way.
talk about Mr. Dillon. What's the Commonwealth's proffer of what, well, you've had some conversations, as I understand it, over the weekend. And as I understand it, you didn't reach much common ground with regard to that. So,
maybe I can frame what the issue is, just if they are not aware of what my problem with Mr. Dillon's testimony is.
Sorry, just to interrupt. We did communicate not about Mr. Dillon. I was not presented with any information as to his questions.
all right, I appreciate that clarification. So do you think if you talk now about Mr. Dillon that we're going to remove some of the issues from the plate?
Well, let me explain what my issue is.
Who is Mr. Dillon?
Mr. Dillon is Michael Ricci's boss for the last 5 years prior to his death. He is the district fire chief at the time in Boston. And
Is he the individual that he was driving around?
Yes. And so the portions of the testimony that I find objectionable are throughout every time that he's testified. For example, at grand jury, as I'm sure Your Honor remembers, he offered testimony about, you know, the fact that they only accept stable people in that role, that he never saw, you know, that he didn't think that Michael had any mental illness, that they have to have very good reputation, that they directly work with you, have to maintain physical and mental stability and all of this stuff, which Michael Dillon is not in a position to testify to. He can testify to his observations, I agree, but not this trying to sort of do character evidence, character bolstering as a way of saying, oh, well, he, you know, must not have had any mental illness because Michael Dillon, who he drove around, says that he wouldn't have picked someone like that in such a position. So I think that's objectionable, that portion of his proffered testimony. And then we're also renewing our objection, of course, with regard to the prior bad acts. Particularly, and there's also a statement about Michael's estrangement from his family, and that I think is also objectionable. It's clearly learned through hearsay information and shouldn't come in.
Yes.
Your Honor, with regard to the very last thing defense counsel said, we do not intend to ask Michael Dillon anything about what he was told from Michael Ricci about his family or anything like that.
Order, right?
Right, exactly.
Right.
Per your order, what I have gauged from it is that Michael Dillon can testify to his observations of alleged victim's physical condition and cannot testify about the alleged victim's comments about the defendant's temper. So we understand loud and clear your rulings. As it relates to what defense counsel is now bringing up, had defense counsel not made the alleged victim's kind of mental health, intoxication, all of that kind of an issue, if you will, and raised it for the jury to consider, I would argue then perhaps this testimony would not be attempted to be elicited. But this is an individual, Michael Dillon, who spent more time with the alleged victim up until his death than virtually anyone else. He chose him, handpicked him to drive him because of how responsible he was, how, and then during grand jury, he was asked, you know, did you have any concerns about his mental health? Any concerns about his his drinking habits, anything like that? Would you have had somebody be your aide driving around the fire chief, you know, if those were issues? And he indicated absolutely not. He did not. So we don't intend to spend a long time on that. What we anticipate is he would testify to their relationship and the observations per your order, Your Honor. For example, we would ask how important is an aide's physical and mental stability, and whether or not he was handpicked, and then how.
And he was handpicked by Mr. Dillon himself to have this job?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he worked with him right up until the Friday before his death. The same day that Michael Ricci Jr. is expected to testify, he went in to speak to his father. He would also testify, Your Honor, that he developed a friendship with him because of his working relationship. And he would talk about basically the injuries he observed at different junctures, Your Honor. One of which, well, I don't need to repeat this. This was all in your
In the
order,
prior
Your
acts.
Honor. And the last injury he observed was 1 week prior to his death. And those were scratches on his neck. That's essentially, it's very quick. I would intend to ask him if he was ever had any concerns about Mr. Michael Ricci's drinking or any concerns about his behavior, including did he ever come to work smelling like booze?
So observations is different than any concerns. The question needs to be phrased by his observations. Did you ever observe him? Did you ever smell anything? Did you ever, those kinds of observations, what he saw, what he heard. Well, not what he heard with the limitations of I've previously given you, but those observations are fair game. Equally, it seems to me, he made the decision to hire this man for this job. The criteria that he used in deciding that he was an acceptable and the person he wanted to pick for this job is relevant to the jury's decision-making in light of the issues that have been raised with regard to the alleged victims'
Thank you.
intoxication or capabilities. And those observations are just that. The jury's going to have to draw whatever inferences they think are reasonable from those observations, but the observations themselves are fair game.
What about the statement, we picked him for his mental stability? That's a conclusion.
No. He can go through the criteria that he used to select the candidate and to select Mr. Ricci and his observations of Mr. Ricci as he worked with him day to day. And then the prior restrictions that I put on the prior bad act still stand, of course.
Thank you.
All right. So next in order is McDonald, Benson,
Michael Dillon.
and then
Mark
Dillon.
McDonald.
Okay. Do we think we're going to get to McDonald before the break?
Which McDonald?
Before the lunch break, are you referring to Mark McDonald or Trooper McDonald?
I meant Mark McDonald.
No.
I don't think so. I think that's going to be post-lunch hour, Your Honor.
All right. So address with me whatever additional items you want to that aren't covered by my order before we get to that individual.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good break.
Order, all rise.
What's that? You feel like $1 million?
Yeah, sometimes I get so nervous that I forget.
Court's now in order. Please begin.
Your Honor, returning to the matter, Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci, all parties are present in the courtroom.
Counsel, juror number 6 has indicated to the court officer that he recognized one of the witnesses this morning, and I think the witness that he recognized is Hartnett. So I'm going to call him in to the side of the bench and inquire about it. The camera should be off.
Court, all rise, jury entering. Court's now in session. Be seated, please.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jerome McDonald.
Stop right there, sir. Please, please, right.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that you give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending to the Commonwealth and defendant at the bar shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God? I do. Thank you.
Come on, Your Honor.
Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, it's Jerome McDonald, McDonald.
And how are you employed?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police
How long have you been with the state police?
since March of 2012.
And what's your current assignment with the state police?
I'm assigned to the State Police Detective Unit in the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office
And how long have you been with that unit?
since June of 2018.
Can you tell the jurors briefly what your role is as a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police Detective Unit?
I'm currently assigned to the narcotics unit inside the State Police Detective Unit office. And previously to that, I was assigned to the homicide unit.
As it pertains to your work in the homicide unit, what does the State Police Detective Unit do in the homicide unit?
You're working on-call capacity. You get called out to death investigations. Could be anything from a heart attack, an overdose, a suicide, and then motor vehicle crashes and homicide investigations.
And when the State Police Detective Unit is involved in an investigation into a death, do you often work with the local law enforcement in investigating those deaths?
Yes.
And is there generally a particular trooper who's designated as a case officer for each investigation?
Yes.
And what does the case officer generally do?
The case officer is designated to receive the information from the other detectives or troopers or local officers out in the field collecting evidence.
And when you're not assigned as a case officer in an investigation into a death, fair to say a lot of the other troopers and the local detectives all divide up the work and talk to different people and do different parts of the investigation.
Yes.
So it's very much a team effort.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to January 28th of the year 2021. Were you working with the Massachusetts State Police Detective Unit at the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office at that time?
Yes.
And were you part of the homicide unit at that time?
Correct.
And do you recall at some point in the evening responding to the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I do.
Did a particular individual request that you go to that location?
Yeah, I was notified about 17:27 hours by Sergeant Robert Klimas.
And for those of us who might not know, what 1727 in non-military time?
5:27 p.m. Sorry.
And Sergeant Klimas, was that an individual who was kind of helping to oversee the investigation at that time?
Yes.
When you arrived at the South Shore Hospital, were there any other troopers or law enforcement present?
The trooper Bill Watson from the State Police Crime Scene Services was there.
And you're familiar in your work with the detective unit about what the Crime Scene Services section does, correct?
Yes.
And oftentimes, do you work in connection with those troopers with the Crime Scene Services section when you respond to a death?
Yes.
And in this particular circumstance, what was Trooper Watson there to do?
Objection, Your Honor.
Bases?
Of my objection.
Yes.
We still don't have a foundation as to how he would know why Trooper Watson was sent there or how he learned that, which could
Lay the
possibly be
foundation.
secondhand information.
Lay the foundation.
Trooper McDonald, when a death occurs in any town in Plymouth County, is it fair to say that a member of the Crime Scene Services section comes out to the scene?
Yes.
And what do Crime Scene Services section, what do they do?
They process the scene for fingerprints, photographs.
And in a situation where a trooper comes out to photograph a scene, is it fair to say that sometimes there are multiple places that troopers are designated or dispatched to go to photograph scenes in this type of investigation?
Yes.
And so when you were called to respond to the South Shore Hospital, were you aware that a member of the Crime Scene Services was also dispatched to the hospital?
Objection.
If he was aware.
Aware of if they were dispatched prior to my receiving the call? Or?
Well, at any point on your way to the South Shore Hospital, were you aware that somebody from Crime Scene Services was going to meet you there?
Usually that's part of I don't take the picture, so usually they do meet me there, yes.
Okay. And in this particular circumstances, when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, did you see Trooper Watson?
Yes.
And have you worked with Trooper Watson before?
Yes.
Have you had the experience to observe him document individuals or scenes with photographs before?
Yes, I have.
And so when you were at the South Shore Hospital, where were you directed to go when you arrived at the hospital?
When I got to the hospital, I met with medical staff, and then they directed me to the room that Mr. Ricci was.
And did Trooper Watson accompany you to that room?
Yes.
And did you make observations of Mr. Ricci?
Yes, I did.
Was he alive or was he already deceased?
He was deceased at that time.
And was Trooper Watson with you in the room?
Yes, he was.
What did you observe Trooper Watson do when you were both in the room with Mr. Ricci's body?
He was taking digital pictures of Mr. Ricci, and he attempted to put brown bags on Mr. Ricci's hands.
Were you able to make observations of Mr. Ricci's body?
Yes.
And did anything stand out to you on his body?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I observed a wound to his left upper breast, a wound to the back of his shoulder blade here. I observed a wound to this, another wound to this part of the back.
And just for purpose of the record, you're gesturing to the jury to the middle area of your back, correct?
Yes.
Is that where you saw an injury or some sort of mark on Mr. Ricci?
Yeah, these three areas were injuries that were consistent with a sharp object.
Objection.
Overruled. Just your observations of what you saw.
As far as the wound to the front of Mr. Ricci's body and his chest area that you described, what were your observations of that particular wound?
This one, there was a hole, and there was blood kind of around that hole, like dried blood.
And as far as the wound that you indicated was on his rear left shoulder, what were your observations of that wound?
This one here was like a dark red wound in his, right in this part of the shoulder blade.
Okay. And the wound that you described on his back, did that look different than the two wounds that you just previously described?
Yeah, the one on the back was just a little lighter. Didn't seem like it was as deep as the other two.
Okay. And was that wound on the back significantly longer than the other two wounds you observed?
I can't say at this time.
Now, you mentioned that Trooper Watson was photographing the body and that he bagged his hands. Are you familiar with what he was doing when Trooper Watson bagged the hands?
Yes. Specifically on the right hand, there was a couple marks, like small shot marks, and Trooper Watson was bagging the hands to preserve any type of possible biological or DNA evidence on his hands.
And before the bags were placed over Mr. Ricci's hands, did you observe those marks that you described yourself?
I observed them, yes.
Now, again, at that point, you had learned that Mr. Ricci had already expired.
That's correct.
Did you take custody of any particular items from the hospital that were that had belonged to Mr. Ricci?
Yes, it was the items that was on Mr. Ricci's person at the time.
Okay. And was there clothing that was provided to you by hospital staff?
Yes, there was.
And was there a personal item, like a wallet, that was provided to you by hospital staff?
Yes, it was footwear, pants, a wallet, belt, I believe a phone, and 2 shirts.
And why did you take custody of those particular items?
To take custody and transport them to the chemist.
And as far as the items that you described as there were 2 shirts, do you recall seeing those 2 shirts before collecting those items from the hospital staff?
They're usually, when I get there, they're usually bagged up at that point, but I know they were dark colored shirts.
Okay, and when you take custody of a particular item, you're responsible for them until they get to the next person in the chain of custody. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And so you would have looked at those shirts prior to collecting them to take custody of them?
Correct. I would have kept them in the bag, though.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, if I may retrieve some items to show the witness.
You may.
If I may approach the witness.
You may.
I'm just showing you an item. Can you see the item from where you're sitting?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this particular item?
Yes.
And what do you know this item to be?
That's the short sleeve shirt that Mr. Ricci was wearing.
Okay, and again, you retrieved this particular item from the hospital staff after it had been removed from Mr. Ricci by hospital staff on January 28, 2021?
Correct.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit this as the next exhibit.
Is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Are we at Exhibit 30?
And Trooper, you indicated there was a second shirt that was in Mr. Ricci's property, correct?
Yes.
If I may approach.
You may.
Showing you another item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what do you know this item to be?
That'd be the long sleeve shirt.
And fair to say this is the second shirt you described that you received from hospital staff with Mr. Ricci's belongings on January 28th, 2021?
Correct.
I would move to admit this as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Will be marked and admitted as Exhibit 31.
Now, once you collected the items from the hospital, including what's now been marked as exhibit number 30 and 31, as well as the other items you described, you indicated that you took those back and provided them to a member of the crime scene team?
Yes.
Do you recall who you gave them to?
I apologize. I can't remember at this very moment.
Okay, but is it fair to say that there are usually forensic scientists as well that come out to the scene that collect the items and bring them back to the lab?
Yes.
And in this case, you're aware that there was a member of the crime scene response team that was a forensic scientist who was collecting items, including clothing and swabs from the scenes.
Correct.
Now, while you were at the hospital, did you see and speak to Angel Ricci and Michael Ricci Jr.?
Yes.
And in your conversations with Angel and Michael, did you determine whether they had been at the home where the original incident occurred that night?
I do not believe they were home at the time of the incident, no.
And as far as what you observed of Mr. Ricci's body at the hospital and the items you collected, as well as your conversations with Angel and Michael Jr. at the hospital, did you report all that information back to the supervising sergeant and case officer on this case?
Yes,
And fair to say that's all that you yourself did on the evening of January 28th, 2021 in regards to this investigation?
that's correct.
Thank you.
Cross-exam.
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
The mark on Mr. Ricci's lower back that you mentioned, that was just sort of a scratch mark, right? It wasn't deep.
It wasn't deeper. It wasn't as deep as the other two, correct?
And it wasn't, it was already scabbed over when you saw it, correct?
I don't recall a scab being there.
You recall it being an opened bleeding wound when you saw it?
I didn't see any blood in that area.
Uh-huh.
It was more of like a scrape.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't as deep as the other two. So
It was like a scrape, almost like a scratch.
I didn't see any like fingernail scratches. It looked more like a sharp object scratch.
And what's previously been marked is exhibit number 31. That's the back of the shirt. Is there any cut mark at the bottom?
Could you just bring it over here for me, sir?
May I approach you?
You certainly may.
I can't see anything from that angle, no.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 30, the back of the shirt. May I approach?
You may.
See any cuts at the bottom of that t-shirt?
No, sir. No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Just one question. Trooper, when you received those particular shirts from the hospital, they weren't in the manner in which they're presented in those two exhibits, correct?
Correct.
And did you take it out and inspect the shirts to determine where the cut marks, or if there were any cut marks on those items?
No, I'll leave that to the chemist.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing further.
The witness may step down. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Peter Bankston to the stand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence report from the jury in the matter now pending before the Commonwealth and the defendant the bar to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Peter Bankson. and it's spelled BENGTSON.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And what's your current assignment with the state police?
I'm a lieutenant and executive officer of the Crime Scene Services section based out of Maynard.
How long have you been with the state police?
I've been with Massachusetts State Police almost 23 years now.
And how long have you been with the Crime Scene Services section?
15 of those years.
Do you have to undergo any sort of specialized training to be a member of the Crime Scene Services section as a trooper?
Yes. Upon being selected for Crime Scene Services, an application process for this unit, you're assigned a initial 4-month training that's mostly handled with in-house training officers, as well as readings, competency tests, and practicals to show that you're proficient within the discipline of crime scene response in processing. Upon completion of that, you're now authorized to respond to crime scenes, and you can start attending scenes that we typically go to, unattended deaths, homicides, things like that. There are other disciplines within crime scene, such as fingerprint comparison, impression comparison of tire tracks in footwear, which requires a continuation of training throughout to get authorization to do comparative analysis within those disciplines. So under the Massachusetts State Police Lab, which is accredited, we're required to go through processes for all these, and our training is ongoing throughout our whole career, even though we might get these authorizations completed at a certain time frame. We're required each year to complete training. My 15 years, I've done well over 1,000 hours of in-class training.
And so the training that you do in the different disciplines that you learn about as a crime scene services trooper, how does that translate into real world work when you respond to a crime scene? What kinds of things do you guys do at crime scenes?
So crime scene services, our basic responsibility is responding to scene and acting as a support service for the investigative arm of law enforcement agencies, so the state police, local law enforcement, as well as sometimes even federal law enforcement. We can work with them. And our responsibility there is to document the scene with digital photographs, possibly video the scene, process the scene for impression evidence such as fingerprints, footwear track, and tire track impression evidence to capture that for potential further analysis for an identification down the road.
And when a member of the crime scene services section is called out to a scene, are there usually just is there one trooper usually called out, or are multiple troopers called out?
Depending on the significance of the scene. Our typical call out is just a death investigation that may or may not be suspicious. That might be one trooper. However, if there's circumstances that suggest that this is the taking of a life by another, a homicide, additional troopers will be assigned to take on various roles. So usually it's 3 to 4, depending again on the type of scene, the amount of scenes, location of the scene. As we understand the amount of evidence available, we'll adjust appropriately. But some, in general, I'd say 3 to 4 will respond to a typical residential in-house homicide.
And the members of the crime scene services section are generally sworn troopers with the Massachusetts State Police. Is that fair to say?
For crime scene services section, yes. However, there are civilian components such as the crime scene response unit that handles the biological evidence. So there are additional people that may come if it's a scene involving ballistics or firearms. The firearms identification would also assist us, and we're all under the same umbrella of the Massachusetts State Police Lab.
And as far as the crime scene response unit, you mentioned that those individuals are generally civilians or scientists, correct?
Yes, they're trained scientists, usually in biology or chemistry background.
And do you and the other troopers in the crime scene services section work in connection with the response team personnel when processing crime scenes?
Yes, we'll work hand in hand and decipher the scene and decide how they appropriately approach a scene and capture the most evidence available.
And currently you are identified as kind of a supervisor in the crime scene services section. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that would be fair.
how does your role as a supervisor differ from some of the other troopers in the section?
Well, at the time of this investigation, I was a sergeant. I was more of what we call a first line supervisor, where I have really hands-on direct supervision over the analysts working a scene, and making decisions on how to approach a scene, things like that. Now as a lieutenant, more administrative. However, I still respond to scenes. I mentioned that the lab is accredited. I have a vast amount of my work is working with the civilian component of the lab to ensure that the lab is following the standardization that accreditation requires. In other words, following the set rules of the accreditation.
And now we're just accrediting things.
All right. I think it's cumulative of testimony that we've already heard. You can move on.
Lieutenant Bankston, I'm going to draw your attention to January 28th, 2021.
Yes.
Do you recall responding to Marshfield on that particular evening?
I do.
And you indicated at that time you were a sergeant.
Yes.
Do you recall being called out to 679 Moraine Street?
I do.
Do you recall what type of location that was?
It was a residential home in a residential area.
Were there other law enforcement already on scene when you and your team arrived?
Yes.
Fair to say members of the Massachusetts State Police Detective Unit as well as the Marshfield Police Department were already on scene?
That would be correct, yes.
And to your knowledge, had the scene been secured before the crime scene services arrived?
Yes.
And who was working with you as far as members of the crime scene services section and the response team on that particular evening?
I had Trooper Tom Loughran, Trooper William Watson, and chemist or forensic scientist Amy Joy.
And what was your role that evening on scene?
My role was to just supervise the actual process of processing the scene.
And as far as Trooper Watson, what was his role that night?
Trooper Watson, I believe, did a diagram as well as videotaped the scene.
How about Trooper Loughran?
I believe Trooper Loughran was the case officer where he photographed the scene.
And you mentioned Amy Joy was the forensic scientist, correct?
Yes, so she'd be working on biologicals from the scene.
Okay. Now, did you do anything substantive as it pertains to processing this particular crime scene?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you first. When you entered into the home, did you make observations of the areas of interest to the crime scene services section inside this home?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say there were two main areas that were the focus of processing. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Well, what were the areas that were the focus of processing in your?
I would call it the kind of living room, dining room area, as well as the threshold to the kitchen areas where we spent most of our time.
Okay. And did you make observations of particular items on scene that were significant to the processing of that scene?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you, it's already been marked as exhibit number 12 on the screen. Can you see exhibit number 12 on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And that's marked by a placard, correct?
Yes.
And does the placard indicate something of significance?
It allows us to keep a tracking of items that we find potential evidentiary value in, which allows us to log and collect in a proper manner.
Did you make observations of that knife on the night of January 28, 2021?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 13, placard number 2. Did you make observations of that particular item as well?
Yes.
And what particular item in that box was observed as potentially relevant or significant?
The larger knife on top, I observed that there was some type of substance on the tip that seemed unusual. It didn't look clean. I referred to it as like a gel-like substance.
Now, having made observations of those knives on scene, did you observe any red-brown stains consistent with something like blood?
There were very few. I believe there's some clothing items that may have had some red-brown stains on them, if I remember correctly.
Okay. As far as the area where placard number 1 was placed, the knife on the floor, did you make any observations of red-brown stains in that particular area?
I did not see anything that I would have considered red-brownish.
And based on the information that you were kind of learning as you are at the scene, processing the scene, did the information that you learned result in you conducting a particular type of test on scene?
Yes.
And what kind of test did you perform?
I used a chemical called leucocrystal-violet. This is a chemical that can react with the hemoglobin portion of blood. And the purpose of it is to bring out areas that might not be visible to the human eye for some reason with blood being present, whether there's just so little of it or it's been worn off on a shoe over a course of time and it's not showing up. And this chemical will turn the blood impression, if there is one, a dark purple against the background, making it visible to the human eye.
Okay, and is this a chemical that you are trained to use on crime scenes?
Yes.
And how do you use it when you're out at a crime scene? What do you do with it?
It's a chemical that we actually mix on scene. It comes in 3 parts. Once it's mixed, it's in a liquid form that we can spray a mist over the area of interest, of potential interest. It goes on in a light manner, and within a very short time, if that hemoglobin hem component of blood is available, we'll see a reaction to that dark purple, giving us the type of evidence to see if there's some type of fingerprint or footwear impression within that area.
And when that substance reacts with the hemoglobin, does that become then visible to you as the investigator?
Yes.
And you said that oftentimes you're looking for potential for footwear, fingerprints in what's illuminated.
Yes.
Are there any limitations of this type of testing when you're using it on an active crime scene?
The limitations, the purpose that we use it for is to find potential comparative evidence. There potentially are some other types of evidence or types of things that it could react to, but they're fairly limited. Sometimes animal blood you might react to with it or things like that. So there's just an awareness. But our purpose is not to call it blood or anything like that. Our purpose is to see the impression that it may have been left behind, whether it's a fingerprint, a footwear impression, or a tire track impression. Obviously, this is in the house. It's not going to be a tire track impression. But we're looking for an impression evidence that might have comparative value.
And where in the house of 679 Marine Street did you use this LCV chemical?
I concentrated on the location of that placard one where there was a steak knife in what I would call the threshold to the kitchen. It encompassed both a kind of a wood floor or laminate floor as well as a carpet within the living room.
And in those areas, did you observe any visible red-brown stains?
No, I did not.
And when you applied the chemical, did you observe any non-visible reactions?
I didn't have any reactions, so I didn't see any type of reaction that would suggest some type of impression from blood.
And are those the only areas of the household that you tested, the area placard number 1 in the threshold with this chemical?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Counsel.
You said that the person from the lab that was helping to collect the samples, one of the people was Amy Joy?
Yes.
Does she still work with your lab?
No, she does not.
Okay. The area near where placard number 1 was,
yes,
where that knife was laying on the floor, that's right next to, as you called it, the threshold to the kitchen.
Yes.
Do you remember that the threshold to the kitchen had like essentially 2 steps, 1 step, and then sort of 1 step further onto the threshold?
I know it was elevated. I can't remember if it's 1 or 2.
Okay.
It was elevated.
About a foot drop, right?
I would say that, yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about blood and hemoglobin that might not be visible to the human eye, correct?
Correct.
That's called the cult blood?
Yes.
And in this case, when you put the reagent on it to see if there was any hemoglobin, there wasn't any.
No, there was not.
Okay. And the only problem with that reagent is sometimes there are false positives, as you suggested.
There could be, yes.
Yeah. But you don't normally have problems with false negatives.
We don't, because we're not looking as at blood.
Right.
I'm looking for an impression.
So it's a very broad test. It's actually more sensitive in many ways than the more specific tests that you do later on to determine if it's human blood, determine whose human blood it is. This is just a very broad test to determine if there's any hemoglobin molecules that can be picked up, correct?
I don't know if I describe it that way. Again, it's for our purposes. I'm not concerned about what type of blood or DNA or anything like that. So as far as it being broad, it's a fairly limited thing that it will react positively to. So I don't think I'd describe it as broad, but it's not specific as to, as we talked about, the type of blood or whose blood it is.
But it casts a broader net, certainly, than the more specific test for human blood and the more specific test for a particular human's blood.
That's not the purpose of the test, though. So
Right.
I can't say that it's broad for that, as that being the connection of saying what type of blood it is.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
I guess my point is that you put this reagent down to find all the places where there is potential blood for further testing.
Yes.
Right. And you understand that in some cases that will capture things that ultimately are determined not to be human blood.
It could, yes.
So in other words, it captures a broader class of things than what subsequent tests do that narrows it down further.
You could characterize it that way.
Thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Witness may step down.
Thank you.
You want to move your approach before the next witness?
Yes. and shake a leg for a minute. I need to attend to something on my computer. I'll be with you in one moment.
Your Honor, may I call the next witness?
You may.
Commonwealth would call Mark McDonald.
You solemnly swear that the testimony and evidence which will be brought to the jury in the matter now pending before the Commonwealth and defendant the bar to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Sir, okay, appreciate it.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name, and please spell your last name for the record?
I will. Mark McDonald, last name MacDonald.
And how old are you, sir?
54.
Where do you live? What city?
Pembroke, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
55, sorry. I cheated.
You're 55 years old?
55.
Okay. And you live in Pembroke?
I do.
How long have you lived in Pembroke?
5 years.
And where do you work?
Currently in Pembroke.
Okay. And what kind of work do you do?
Fire sprinkler testing,
How long have you done that kind of work?
20 years plus.
Do you work for a particular company?
I do. Mess code compliance.
And so generally you refer to that as MCC?
It is.
Did you know Michael Ricci Sr.?
I did.
How did you know Michael Ricci?
I've known him since we've been 4 years old.
And where did the two of you grow up?
In Hyde Park. We're a couple doors down from each other.
Did you have a close relationship with him?
Extremely.
How would you characterize your relationship with him?
He was my brother.
And you said you knew each other since you was you were 4. Did you grow up together as teenagers?
We did. We went all the way up into the high school years. And after high school, we split up a little bit when he went into the military and I went to the military. It was 2 different assignments, but we stayed very close and during the military. And then after the military, we re-engaged, and not too long after that, he moved to the South Shore.
Okay.
And we were back together.
And for a period of time, did the two of you work together?
Yes.
And what type of business did you work with Michael Ricci?
We were doing fire sprinkler inspections and testing.
Did you know him to work another job at some point?
Boston Fire Department, yes.
Do you know how long he had been at the fire department?
Over 20 years, I believe.
And so when he would work with you doing the fire sprinkler work, was that a part-time job?
Yes, it was depending on his shift. They rotate shifts, but yeah, most of the time it was whatever days he wasn't working and there was no other obligations, he would come in and work with us.
And were you familiar with Michael Ricci's family?
Yes.
And how many kids did he have?
3 total, but 2 of them were his and 1 was adopted.
And did you have any special connection to one of his children?
Goddaughter. And his daughter, Sophia, was my goddaughter.
Okay.
And all 3 of them, they were very close to me. They call me Uncle Mac.
Okay. But as far as Sophia goes, you were actually her official godfather.
Yes.
Now, were you familiar with Michael's wife?
Yes.
And did you know her when they kind of started dating, or were you around when they got together?
Yeah, I was. That was kind of when Mike was working another job, just getting on to the Boston Fire Department, I think, is when they first met. So he was in transition, doing his probation year with the fire department when they first met. But then after the fact, yeah, I did. That's when we kind of came back together, when his schedule got more even. And then from then on, yes.
And were you familiar when they got married, Michael and Christine?
Yes, but I was not at the wedding. That's right after September 11th, and I went to a different job overseas.
And as far as your work with Michael, when did he come and work for you at MCC?
We both worked together for another company for probably 10 years. And then as that guy was retiring, he kind of asked and suggested I started my own, which I did, and Mike came along with me. So Mike was probably with me in my role as owning the company for probably about 10, 12 years.
And then at some point, did you step back from your role as owner from the company?
Just recently, actually, I did. I dissolved it after what happened with Mike and a lot of the...
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Move to strike.
I'll strike it. It's not relevant. You recently dissolved the company. Next question.
When you worked with Michael Ricci, or when he worked for you, I should say, did you see him on a regular basis? If he was working, did you see him that day?
I did. It was usually 3 to 5 days a week.
And did you guys have kind of a home base or a shop that kind of business started out of for the day?
Yes, we ended up for years and years over in Pembroke. It was a small shop that was an upstairs, downstairs with a big shop downstairs.
And at some point in your personal and your working relationship with Michael, did you observe a change in your relationship with him?
Yes.
Was there a point where you didn't see him as often?
Yes.
Was that on a personal level or a professional level or both?
I believe it's kind of hard to say. We're still best friends. It's just that I think business-wise, he went in a different direction. He needed to work on some things, he said.
Did you notice a change in his behavior at work when he was working for you?
Yes.
What were your observations of him before the change? What type of worker was he?
He was great. He was one of the best guys everybody wanted to be with him, and he was a great worker. And he was always fun to be around. And it changed. Near the end, it changed. He was not happy.
Well, let me ask you some
Your
questions.
Honor, move to strike.
Yep. Stick to your observations. I'll strike the last.
When you would work with Michael, would you guys hang out after work sometimes?
Sometimes, yeah. We would.
How frequently would you go out after work?
If it worked out and everybody was back to the shop in time,
on a Thursday, we would get together, and it was kind of our informal session of complaining about everything and maintaining all the tools and having a beer or two or order a pizza and make it at the shop.
Okay, and was that generally kind of a once a week thing or multiple days?
It would usually be once a week. It was Thursday because we pretty busy schedule, and of course his schedule was different than ours, so it was hard.
And did you notice after a period of time, Michael not coming to the what you called Thirsty Thursdays?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, he all around, he was just not around as much. Yes.
Would he come in for work and then just leave?
Yep, he would go directly home.
Did you have any issues with him as his supervisor with his work?
None.
How about with coming into work on time or coming into work on his scheduled days?
He was actually coming in on time, doing fine until maybe about 6 months before he stopped working with us. He was coming in a little bit late or not as reliable about coming in. Even on the days that he was scheduled to come in, there was a conflict of interest or scheduling.
Okay. And when you noticed this change in his behavior, did you notice any physical changes as well?
Yeah.
What did you observe of Michael specifically physically?
Okay, physically, he looked like he didn't look good. In other words, he didn't look like the Mike I knew when everybody knew, to the point where we'd ask, is everything okay? Or pull him aside, is everything all right? Because he had scratches a lot on his face, a lot. He had a fat lip. He had a bleeding nose. One time we thought his nose was broken. We asked him if everything was all right, something you want to talk about.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Could be heard, sidebar.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald, do you recall when Michael stopped going out with you and the other members of the crew after work?
Yes, it was probably 2019, I believe, in that area.
Any sense of whether it was early on in 2019 or later in the year?
I remember him coming in. It was near, I believe, their anniversary.
Do you know when their anniversary is?
September. And early September.
And when you observed these changes in Michael's physical appearance, do you recall when that was in relation to when he stopped going out with the group?
He may have stopped going out with us a little bit before that as well. He was becoming more quiet, and for lack of a better word, when the guys talked, we didn't know how to approach him.
Why don't we have the next question, please?
In that fall or so of 2019, did you know Michael to be going to AA at that time?
It was around the fall, yes. He started to go to a program. He said he was going to...
Not what he said, but just your knowledge of whether he was attending.
Sure. We had GPS in the trucks. I know for a fact where he was going, yeah. He went to AA and counseling.
And at that time, you had allowed him to use a work truck?
100%.
And was he allowed to take that work truck home with him?
It was, because he would use it for emergency service as well. If there was an emergency service call, he could use that truck to go to the call.
Okay. And during the same time period of the AA and not going out, is that the same time period when you made these observations of his physical appearance?
It is.
And do you recall when Michael stopped working for you completely?
Yes, it was probably 2 months after our conversation near his anniversary. So September, October, November, somewhere in that area. October, November, maybe.
And after he stopped working for the company, did he still have access to the vehicle that you allowed him to use?
I let him use the truck, and he said he was looking for another vehicle, another ride. So I let him have access to the vehicle in case he could get a day off and come work with us, and obviously to help him get back and forth until he gets a new vehicle.
Did you allow him access to the vehicle so he could go do side jobs or other work with fire sprinkler repair?
No, there was no side jobs. It's under my license.
So in regards to that type of work, the fire sprinkler repair work, your company is properly licensed to do that?
It is.
And how about your employees? Are each and every employee licensed, or are they under your license?
They're under my license, and I'm the only one that can pull a permit to do a job.
Okay. And so when Michael stopped working for your business and was still allowed to use their truck, was that a personal decision you made?
He was allowed to use the truck in case there was a service call that he could jump on and respond to and make extra money, because he was trying to save up extra money to buy a truck.
Would those calls be through your business, or would he get them on his own?
No, they come through my business, my phone.
And at some point after he stopped working for you on a regular basis, you said that was towards the end of 2019.
Yeah.
Did you take the custody of the truck back?
I did.
Is now a good place to break?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jurors, I'm going to send you off to lunch. I'll see you back at about 2 o'clock. I do have a list at 1:45, so if it's a few minutes after 2 o'clock, it's just because I'm handling other matters.
Court, all rise for the jurors. It's placing notebooks on these chair. Exit this way.
Seated.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench. have a good lunch. I'll see you back here at 2 o'clock.
Thank you. Sorry, just to remind you, you remain under oath. Thank you.
Court all rise, jury entering. This court's now in session. Be seated, please.
You may proceed, yes.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, before we took a break, we had talked a little bit about, or you had testified about Michael stopped hanging out with you and your work crew after work to go for drinks, correct?
Yes.
That you made observations of changes in Michael's physical appearance.
Yes.
And that you testified that Michael worked less and less for you over a period of time.
Correct.
Is that fair to say that that was a progression that occurred over the course of several months in the year 2019 or some other time? Okay. Now, one of the last particular times that you saw Michael Ricci, where was that you saw him?
He came to visit my office.
Was he by himself or was he with somebody else?
With Christine.
And do you remember about what time of year or in what year that might have occurred?
That was 19 as well, but I think it was maybe, no, it wasn't. It was 20 because Michael was going for his 1-year coin, I believe, with AA.
So to your knowledge, at that time period when they came to your office, he had been well engaged in AA.
Yes.
And at that time when he came to the office, had he still been on the books with your company?
Not working, no. I kept him on in case anything ever changed, but there was no financial transactions at all.
Okay. And so had it been kind of a surprise that they showed up at your office?
Very much so, yep. I saw them from outside the window and took a phone call.
Now, when Michael Ricci came into your office, did you have the occasion to make observations of his physical appearance when he came into your office?
Yes, I did.
And what did he look like as far as his physical appearance went during that visit?
He looked tired. He was hunched over. And I literally thought he worked all night or something because he looked like that. But instead he was just very...
Was that the same Michael Ricci that you had known over the 40 years of your friendship?
Absolutely not.
And so how about the defendant? What was your observations of her demeanor when she came into the office to speak with you that day?
She was pretty busy as far as telling me how things were going, catching me up on things with AA and how she's going now.
But as far as like the tone of how she was talking to you, was it?
Started out okay.
Okay, so was it a conversational tone?
In the beginning it was.
And at some point when the two were ready to leave, did the tone or your observations of the defendant's demeanor change?
Yes.
At what point did you see the change?
Just as we were kind of getting up to go out, they might have been in there a half hour, And as they were getting up to leave, because I mean, it was during business hours as well, they were leaving the door. My office is on a second floor in a joint area where there's a lot of other offices. As my door opened, Christine went into, she had some
Only
things
his
to say about
observations, Your Honor.
Yes, just your observations.
my observations. Okay. She started screaming.
Okay. And so was that a marked change from how she had been when she was talking to you inside the office?
Night and day.
And at that point, had she already stepped out of the door of your office?
In the threshold, basically on her way out.
And are there other businesses around where your business is located in Pembroke?
Yes, there are multiple.
And did she continue to yell as she went outside?
Yes, she did.
And how long did that go on for?
It was probably about 5 minutes worth of disengagement from my office to downstairs to leave.
And that entire time when when they went out of your office downstairs to leave, was she yelling the whole time?
I asked her to please be quiet. It's a place of business and people don't want to hear it. And we had some exchanges back and forth. Mike never said a word. They went down the stairs and then they finally left, yes.
And was that the last time you actually saw Michael Ricci?
In person, yes. He drove by. We might have waved a few times in the city. That's about it.
After that point, when they came to your office, did you have the ability to call him?
No, I did not. The phone number was gone. It was no longer a working phone number.
Did you have the occasion to go to the Ricci household after that?
His younger son, his middle son, Michael Jr., worked with me and for me quite a bit. So I also knew that it wasn't probably a good idea to go by the house.
I would object and ask to strike that.
I strike the last as non-responsive.
Do you recall the next time you spoke to Michael Ricci Sr.?
I do.
And is it fair to say that he called you?
100%.
And were you surprised by his call?
Yes, I didn't recognize the number. I have a service line, so I have to take every phone call no matter what time of night or day. So I answered the phone and not knowing who it was, and it ended up being Mike, yes.
And as a result, not saying what the conversation was, but as a result of your brief conversation with him, did you make a phone call?
I did.
And who did you call?
Christine.
And when you called Christine on the phone, well, first off, do you know in relation to that office visit, that last time you saw them, how long it was when you got this out of the blue phone call from Michael Sr.?
Maybe a month after. It was towards Christmas, I know that. That time of year.
Okay. And when you got on the phone with the defendant, with Christine, what was her tone on the phone call?
Very angry. Unhinged.
Did you...
Objection. Move to strike the last statement of the witness.
I strike the characterization. She was very angry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, is the angry stand in the...
Angry stands, the characterization does not.
Thank you. Now, when you were speaking with Christine, did you learn where she was trying to go?
I did.
And did you have a conversation with her about where she was trying to go?
I did.
And do you know who she was trying to find or who she was trying to talk to?
She did tell me.
Who was the person she was trying to talk to?
Janine, which...
Were you familiar with the name Janine?
I did. I do know, yes.
Do you know a woman by the name of Janine Bouchard?
Yes.
And did you know her to be an individual that Michael had a brief affair with?
Didn't know it was an affair.
Or that he had some sort of relationship or friendship with? Now, during this conversation where you learned that Christine, the defendant, was trying to go to Janine's house, what was her tone during the course of that conversation?
Very angry. Very, very angry.
And what were you doing to try to remedy the situation?
Well, I had her on the phone and I had her on speakerphone because it was kind of late at night. And, you know,
were you at home when you took the phone call?
My wife's right next to me, yes. So I put it on speakerphone so my wife could hear it. And then I told her maybe get Pembroke because I didn't know what town it was. I was trying to narrow down what town she was in. I was going to tell my wife to maybe get the police on the phone.
So let me just stop you there. When you're on the phone with Christine, are you asking her a series of questions to try to figure out where she might be?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
And so are you able to determine that she's in Pembroke?
Yes,
And you live in Pembroke?
I do.
Now, throughout the course of this conversation, do you continue to ask her questions about where exactly in Pembroke she's looking to go?
I was.
Do you do anything to try to help her identify if the area she's describing to you is anywhere near where this woman might live?
1,000%. Absolutely, I did.
And so were you able to change the tone of the defendant's conversation with you by continuing to talk with her?
I did.
Now, at some point, did you find that she was able to calm down and she was no longer talking to you with that angry tone?
One time, yes, and then it went back the other way, yes.
Okay, and so when it went back the other way, you were still on the phone with her?
Yes, I was.
And did she tell you something she had observed on her drive out in Pembroke that made her change her tone again?
Yes, she did.
And did it have to do with that same woman or something else she observed?
It was at the end of the driveway is what I ascertained from the phone call. I don't know where these people lived. So as she was talking to me, I was trying to figure out where she was just in case we had to do something different. So as she's talking to me, I had my wife's phone Googling the address or the street and the name because she says, you know, she was...
Was there a particular... I'm sorry.
I have another question.
Yeah.
Was there a particular name on a mailbox
There
that
was.
she relayed to you?
There was.
And what was the name?
There was two incidents. One was the name Johnson, and she believed that was the person that she was going to see. And as I got her calm and actually laughing, and I thought in a stable conversation, she looked at the next mailbox that had the name Ricci on it, same spelling, R-I-C-C-I.
Okay, and let me ask you a question, if that's okay.
Yeah,
on that.
please. Yeah.
And when she told you that she saw that name on the mailbox, did you again note her tone to change?
Oh, yeah. Yes, very much so.
And so what was her tone at that point when she told you whose name was on the mailbox?
She screamed that.
Well, not what she said.
No, I'm sorry. Well, she was yelling to me, so I was trying to understand what she was saying.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I said that, but that's how it was really loud is what I'm saying was the change.
So she is now yelling and loud again?
Yes.
After you had previously got her to calm down?
Yes.
And so after she started yelling, did you again try to calm her down?
By asking what set her off, and she said she saw the name Ricci on a mailbox.
Okay, and let me ask you another question first. After she said that she saw that name on the mailbox, you said you were already kind of looking up these addresses to see who might be residing at these locations she's rattling off to you, right?
Correct. We're Googling them up at the same time with my wife's phone, yes.
And so were you, in your research, able to ascertain that that Ricci household was not connected to Michael or his family?
None whatsoever, just unbelievable circumstances.
It was a coincidence,
Yes.
you'd say?
Yes.
And when you were able to relay that to her, to the defendant, did she then again calm down?
Yes.
And then did she again get kind of laugh about it? And
Laughed it off.
and then was that the end of the conversation?
Promised me she would head home.
Okay. If I could just go back for a second to the office visit that you described. Who would you say spoke most in that visit? Not what they said, but who was talking the most?
Christine spoke almost 95% of the time.
Okay. And it was just, were there other people in your office at that time, or is it just you and Christine and Michael?
It was just me, Christine, and Michael because I think it was going to be a personal moment, so I made sure no one came in.
And when you spoke to Michael that next time, a month later, when he called you out of the blue, not what he said, but what was the tone of his voice when he was talking to you?
He was very worried.
And based on that, you picked up the phone yourself and called the defendant.
Immediately.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. This event that you talk about happening where you call Christine while she's driving looking for, as you say, Janine Bouchard's home, you think that happens in 2020 around Christmas time?
I'm trying to remember, sir. There's a lot going on. I don't remember exactly when it was, but I think it was after that we had that event at the office.
So after the conversation that you had, which was right before Michael's 1-year chip?
I think he was working towards his 1-year chip, sir, and it was things he had to do to get done.
Right.
That's
so he was
why
about to have it take his 1-year chip, and this was a step that he needed before then?
It was part of the process, I guess. Yes, that's what I was told.
Right. So you think that was somewhere around September of 2020? That's what you've...
When they come into my office?
Yes, that's what you just said on direct?
I believe so, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so.
So this would have been around Christmas time, 2020?
I know it was colder out, so it would be towards the winter.
All right, hold on. You got to give the court reporter the ability to take down what you're saying, so don't talk over each other, please.
Just to go back, you think the conversation where he came to talk to you was just before September 2020?
I believe so.
And you think that the conversation that you had with Christine that you mentioned a few moments ago would have been around Christmas time, 2020?
Could have been. I honestly cannot remember exactly when that happened. I think it might have been earlier because I was in before I moved into my new house. So it would have been maybe a little bit, push it back a little earlier.
Okay. But certainly it was the case when you had that conversation with Christine, she did not know where Janine Johnson lived or Janine Johnson Bouchard lived.
Oh, no, she was parked. She was parked. She wasn't driving. She was parked when I spoke to her on the phone.
But one thing that became clear through the context of your conversation was she did not know Janine Bouchard's actual address at that point.
She thought she did. I didn't know because I don't know where it is.
Well, no, hold on, sir. You had said that you looked up the address and determined that it was a complete coincidence that the name Johnson was on a mailbox, right?
Asked her where she was when she called me,
right.
sir.
And based on your search of the internet, you realized it was a coincidence that the name Johnson was on the mailbox, right?
I didn't say it was a coincidence. I says the residence shows that it's a Johnson who was 74 years old.
So not Janine Johnson. Not Janine Johnson, the one that she thought she was going for, right?
I told her it was that's not Janine. I said, if that's where you're trying to go, it's some woman like, say, I don't know what her name was, but it wasn't Janine.
Okay, so my question to you is, it was clear from the context of your conversation that when that happened, Christine did not know the Janine Johnson that she was looking for's address. That must be clear, right?
I can't say that for sure, sir. She might have, and for all I know,
so in
that
other
could have
words,
been her
you think
grandmother's
that
house.
it's possible that she knew where Janine Johnson lived and she went to the wrong address on purpose?
That's a hypothetical. How would I know what she's doing, sir? She was erratic and on the phone with me.
Do you think that when she said she was going to go to Janine Johnson's home, that she was talking about the Janine Johnson that you knew?
You want to know what she actually said instead of Janine Johnson?
I'm asking you whether or not you understood that she was going to the Janine Johnson that you knew and not the 74-year-old nurse that you thought was a mistake.
No. She told me, and I don't
want
I'm
you
trying
to
to tell
tell
you
me
because she didn't say a name. She didn't say a name. What she said was,
I'm not asking you what she said, sir. I'm asking you the person that she was looking for. Is it your understanding that she thought she was going to that person's house?
She made it very clear.
Right. And you made it very clear that she was at the wrong house.
I hoped she was at the wrong house. I wasn't clear because I don't know where Janine really lives. So I tried to de-escalate the situation by telling her it was an older person's house, go home.
So you made that story up?
No, the internet said she was 74 years old.
Okay, and the Janine Johnson that she was looking for was not 74 years old?
No, she was not.
Okay, so from that, can you infer that at that time she did not know Janine Johnson's actual address?
Objection.
I can't.
Sustained.
You can't conclude that.
You don't answer
I
it.
couldn't. Either way. Sorry about that.
I know you don't know the precise year and time in which Michael stopped working for you, correct?
It's true.
But you do know that it was immediately after he came and had a conversation with you about leaving his family, right? It was shortly thereafter.
After that, yes.
Right. So, and there was only one time that he was going to leave his family as far as you know, correct?
He had the discussion that day.
Right. And that conversation was followed by you learning a little bit after that he got sober, correct?
I did find out he was going to, and yes, he was doing therapy, I believe, yes.
And after the conversation where he told you about getting sober, I'm sorry, about leaving his family, he went home to his family and he took some time off work at MCC, didn't he, for a little while?
Yes.
Try to straighten things out?
Yes.
And that was at your recommendation?
Everybody's, yes.
And then after that, he never really came back to work for you after that, right?
He did. He came back for a bit.
For how long?
I'd say over about 60 days worth of back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
maybe a little longer, but it was probably about 60, 90 days.
Do you remember talking in front of the grand jury in this case?
Yep.
That happened about close to 3 years ago?
3 or so years, yes, sir.
Okay. When you testified in front of the grand jury, didn't you tell the grand jury that after you had that conversation with Michael, page 7, that was essentially when he stopped working for you?
Well, if he stopped working for me, it was the beginning of the slide downward, yes. It stopped working for me about that point on. But it was a slow decrease in work time.
Okay. You found out almost immediately that he was getting sober, correct? Immediately thereafter? A couple weeks thereafter?
No, I didn't.
Did you find out like a month thereafter? How long was it?
It was months after. I know he was going to therapy, marriage counseling.
Okay.
That's what I knew. Months after that, at a wake, a friend of ours who was in AA mentioned he's seeing Mike and he's doing good there. And I said, that's great. I'm glad.
Okay. So you don't find out for a couple months. He doesn't tell you immediately that he's in AA. You have to find out from another person.
He wasn't around a lot after that, sir.
Okay. So he wasn't working with you that much.
He was
after
working
that.
with me, but he has his own truck. He goes to his jobs, then he goes to the fire department directly after or before, depending on what his shift was. And he would take the truck home in case of service. So it wasn't like we interacted a lot. In fact, he made it a point not to interact a lot.
Okay. You agree with me that by the time he gave back the truck to you, he'd already been not working for you and not coming to MCC working for you for several months. Is that right?
There might have been a day or two in between, but yes, most of the time he was not. His schedule was pretty busy.
So when he gave back the truck, he had already not been working with you for several months.
Like I say, it's a hard timeline for me to say how long it was, but it was over a month.
Over a month. Your understanding was how many months before the conversation at your office did that occur when he gave the truck back?
Once again, it'd be hard for me to nail down that exact date for you, so it's hard for me to figure out what it was, but it was after, obviously it was well after I had the truck back, because they were still doing counseling. And if I remember right, she said
I'm not asking you what she said.
Well, I'm trying to get a track of like what event she was talking about to give you an idea what time frame it was. And she was talking about they did a trip together somewhere or something like that. It was after they went away. So
would this be the renewal of the marriage vows?
Don't know what it was.
Did she tell you about going to Hawaii?
She mentioned that they went to Hawaii.
And so that would have just happened at that point?
Can't say. I was trying to catch up on a lot of things when she got to my office that day.
Okay. But she mentioned having come back from Hawaii, and she was talking to you about that, and she also talked to you about the fact that he was about to get his 1-year chip.
No, she was mostly talking about herself and doing psychology or some training, and that she was diagnosing Michael as having...
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive. I'd ask to strike.
That's why she
Strike.
can't.
I will
Everything
strike.
past the no.
She was talking about herself and psychology training. That's it. Everything's stricken after that.
You came to find out somehow during that conversation that he was about to go for his 1-year chip.
Just said this is what I was told, things he had to do to work towards a goal. After the fact, talking to other people in the program, they told me there's steps you take, and that's some of the steps. He made it clear he wanted to hug it out on the way out and apologize if anything went crazy near the end.
Okay. I want to talk to you about that. Did you understand that was called an amends conversation that he was having with you?
If that's what he was having, that's what it was. I couldn't tell you exactly. It wasn't much conversation.
Okay. But the point is that conversation happened. The amends conversation happens at your office. That's a couple months after anyway, the return of the truck.
That's your timeline. I mean,
I'm asking you.
Once again, I can't pin down the date, so it was after the truck was returned.
Do you think it was a year after, or do you think it was just a couple months after?
It was less than a year.
It was less than a year after.
I have to say so, yeah, because I couldn't have the truck out without someone working in it that long.
Okay. All right.
Would you like to come up and talk to me?
I understand the limitations of your memory with regard to the timeline, and I just want to establish one thing. You're sure that the moment in which your employment of Michael Ricci started to taper down after the conversation that you had with him about his desire to leave his family, whenever that took place?
It progressively winded down.
And it progressively wound down over the course of maybe, as you say, a couple months. Did I have that right?
It was months. It was months, yeah. I mean, it could have been 6 months. I don't know. We work 18, 20-hour days, so we're always out. It's hard. It's hard to judge exactly, but when he did come in, it was not when I was there a lot either, so our interactions just became less.
Okay. But certainly his work for your company began to taper down, coinciding with when he had that conversation with him about leaving his family.
You want to spend more time with the family, yes.
Yep. As you said a moment ago, you and Michael were extremely close friends. You grew up together.
Yes, sir.
You spent time together throughout your entire adult life, all the way up until whenever it was that you had that conversation about him leaving his family, correct?
Right, yes, sir.
After that, your relationship, as you say, changed?
I don't think the relationship changed, it's just the circumstances changed.
Well, the relationship changed in the sense that you saw him a lot less.
Absolutely.
And over the course of a couple months or a few months, he stopped working for you altogether.
It's true.
And whatever else your thoughts were, you clearly put the blame on Christine for that decision. No?
You put the blame on anybody.
Objection.
I'll let his answer stand.
At the time that Michael left your employ, was Michael Jr. already working for you, or was that a few months later?
He was working adjacent to us for another company, sir. And I think he was doing fire alarm at the time, which we coincided with a lot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Better job, get him some training, keep him busy.
Okay. And at that same time, eventually he did come to work for you, right?
Yeah, not a lot, but he did.
Okay. And during that same time, you knew that he was trying to get into the military, and you started spending time with him, didn't you, Michael Jr.?
He was working out at the gym. We got him into the gym, and he was trying to beef up a little bit, yeah.
And you were talking to him a lot at that time?
Much as I could.
Yep. And it was during this time that you found out that Michael was in Alcoholics Anonymous, isn't that right?
Yeah, I don't think it was from him. I think I knew about the counseling through him. There was a lot of counseling going on, like whether it's family counseling or marriage counseling, whatever. I tried to keep myself out of it, keep everybody happy.
Okay. Did you hear at this time that Michael was claiming to have sort of broad-based memory issues for a period of time in 2018?
Michael Jr. or Michael Sr.?
Michael Sr.
Basis.
Hearsay. Multiple levels of hearsay, actually.
It's
I'm not offering for its truth. It's the same thing.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
During your conversations with Michael Sr. during this time, did he ever tell you that he was having broad-based memory issues from 2018, that he couldn't remember months at a time?
No, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that at your business on Thursdays, it was a tradition to go across the street and get a couple of beers. You called them Thursday. Is that what you called it?
Well, it was actually with another guy that I used to do it with, an old friend of mine, but the guys would kind of smooch over and try to get free food off of me. That's what we used to do.
So you guys would go over drinking on Thursdays. And you didn't go...
Not everybody drank, but we'd go over and get food.
Okay, at a bar?
Yeah, it was a pizzeria and bar, yes.
Yeah, the British Beer Works?
Right across the street. Yep.
Okay. And would the guys, when you would hang out and have those talks about the problems of the world that you described earlier, would that be in the bar area or would that be at a table where you get pizza?
No, we'd sit at the bar. We'd never had a table. There's usually 5 guys or 6 guys or 7 guys from work.
So you're sitting at the bar?
We'd probably sit at the bar, yes.
Yeah. And drinks were ordered during that time?
If someone was having a beer with their pizza or a soda with their pizza, it worked both ways. Not everybody was over 21.
Would you always get a drink when you went to the bar with the guys on Thursday?
Not always. We have a service company, so some guys have to maintain.
Okay. Other than the Thursdays that you would go over to the BBC, there were other days where the other employees would also go when you didn't attend. Isn't that right?
I'm sure they did a lot of things I don't know about.
Okay.
On days they wanted to, yeah.
Right. When you would hang around with Michael outside of work,
Senior?
Yes, Michael Sr., would it often be the case that you guys would have a couple of beers when you would hang around?
What's the time reference you're speaking of?
I'm talking about prior to when he told you he was leaving his family, when you were hanging around with him a lot.
On occasion, but we were the older guys, so it was not as easy as it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
We always had to work.
Mm-hmm.
So if we did, we'd have maybe lunch or a pizza or a burger.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much that was it. We both had things to do afterwards.
Right. You guys would go fishing together, wouldn't you?
Used to. Yeah.
And when you would fish, you would drink, right? Beer?
On occasion.
Yeah.
Depending if it was we were driving the boat or someone else was driving the boat. But we might have a few beers after lunch with a burger. Or
whoever wasn't driving the boat would drink beers?
Sometimes, not always beer either. Sometimes it's coffee, you know?
Okay. And when you would go over to his house, oftentimes alcohol would be served?
I think everything was served, sir. I personally brought more sodas and juice boxes to that house and beers than anything, yeah. Anytime with a cookout.
It's fair to say that a lot of the time that you spent outside the home with Michael, Michael would be in a circumstance in which drinking would be occurring by the people around him, right? That was part of his social life.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that.
No, I wouldn't.
You did not think that when Michael got sober that drinking was a big part of his social life.
No, I think he was trying to save his marriage, and if that meant taking a sacrifice or changing his ways or dedicating more time, that's what he was doing. That's my personal belief.
So your personal belief was that Michael's saying that he was an alcoholic, that was something that he said to sort of keep Christine off his back?
He didn't say it to me.
He didn't say it to you?
He didn't say it to me. He
And does that mean that you felt that he wasn't telling the truth when he would say that he was an alcoholic?
Hang on again. You're saying that Michael said to me he was an alcoholic, and
what I'm asking you is, he went to AA, correct?
I found out he was going to AA.
Yeah. And you found out that he was working the steps of AA, correct?
He was working his way through, I believe, yes.
He was going to AA meetings every day, correct?
I don't know about every day. I know he was going to therapy. I couldn't tell you what his schedule was.
Okay. You understand?
Counseling, I mean.
Okay.
I know they were doing marriage counseling.
Okay. Was he doing therapy on his own as well?
I don't know. I know that there was just counseling. That's what I was told. Therapy and counseling. So I don't know what the family's tried. I tried not to delve into that with him. It was his personal life.
Okay. So you didn't ask any questions with regard to therapy and counseling, but you did know that he was going to AA?
I did find out he was going to AA, yes.
And is it your understanding that part of AA is standing up and saying, I'm an alcoholic?
Never been AA, sir. So I'm going off of third-party information. And after the fact, people told me it might be one of his steps making towards his one-year coin.
Okay. So based on what you knew, he was going to AA, he was working his steps. Do you know if he had a sponsor?
I have no idea, sir. Like I said, I literally knew him as my best friend, and I did not want to make him uncomfortable talking. So anything he wanted to talk to me about, I wanted to let that happen.
But you had skepticism as personally, you had skepticism that he was an alcoholic.
Who said I had skepticism that he was an
I'm asking you had skepticism that he was an alcoholic, didn't you?
No, I didn't have a feeling either way.
Didn't you say that this was something that he had to tell his wife in order to sort of smooth things over, or did I misunderstand that?
When did you hear me say that?
Just a few moments ago, sir.
No, I don't think I said that. I think I said he was going to steps to do things to make the home life better. And I knew that was marriage counseling and couples therapy or whatever that was. If the AA thing came in, that was their decision at home. I mean, I know that they both were drinking, so maybe they both decided not to drink and move on, which was a good idea.
You felt that was a good idea?
If that's what made them get through the marriage, I think anything's a good idea.
But you had skepticism as to whether Michael was an alcoholic.
I don't like when you're saying I have skepticism about Michael being an alcoholic. I don't have a feeling either way about Michael. It's like me saying he was or he wasn't. Who are we to diagnose somebody?
You agree with me that when he came to have that meeting with you at his office, you didn't get any notice that he was coming, correct?
You're talking about the one at my office?
Yes.
And he came, which meeting? When he was with Christine or when he came alone, sir?
I'll talk about the one where he came alone before. That was like more than a year or more before that, right?
He called me, asked if I could meet him at the office. I think it might have been an off day, maybe a Saturday or something like that.
This is when he wanted to tell you about him maybe leaving his family?
He did. He wanted to talk about some personal issues, and he said if I had a couple of minutes to come by the office, he'd like to talk. So I did. I lived 10 minutes from the office, so I shot over.
Okay. Now, when you had that conversation with him and sat down at his request, did you have any indication that this was coming in any way?
Nope.
Wasn't there an event in which you said a moment ago that you have GPS on all your cars, correct? All your trucks?
Yeah.
Wasn't there an event earlier that very week in which you noticed that your work truck that he was using was at an address in Pembroke overnight?
I don't recall that, sir. The only time I would use a GPS, honestly, is if they was out and I had to know where they were in the city so I could relocate the guys to another service call. It was me kind of keeping an eye on it. And then I had, I think I had an insurance discount because we had GPS in trucks.
So you never remember having a conversation with him about Janine Bouchard before the conversation in which he called you and said, let's meet at the office. I want to talk to you about something.
I remember having a conversation with all my guys about the trucks because we had another employee make a very bad move in a truck and got into an accident. And I was extremely worried about someone having the vehicles and getting into an accident on unofficial duty and what the parameters were. So each guy I had to sit down with and make him read the insurance work on driving the truck, company truck.
Okay. When you sat down to have your conversation with Michael that he requested at his office,
My office.
that was the first you'd ever heard about his plan that he might be leaving his family?
100%. He didn't say about leaving a family. He said about separating from Christine. He made it very clear he didn't want to leave his family.
Well, was it your understanding that he was going to be leaving the marital home?
I don't think he had really a good plan at all, actually. That was the whole conversation. I think he was throwing it out there at the wall and saying, and I didn't know it was that bad at home, so I didn't really, it kind of hit me. I was surprised myself.
Okay. Was this sort of like, you better think this over kind of conversation from your perspective?
I did what I hoped someone would do for me. Sit down and talk about it and lay out some scenarios and make you think real hard about making a decision.
Because you wanted to encourage him to maybe stay at the family home, or did you not take a position in that regard?
I basically said I'm going to back him like I've always done. He's my brother and he's my family. But he also knew that I told him forever I'd take care of his family, just like two friends would do. Mm-hmm. So, of course, I was looking after the benefit of the kids end them, but mostly what the effect would be on the kids, and that was our conversation.
It was clear through that conversation that he had no idea where he was going to be sleeping that night, right?
I did try to put some reality into the situation, saying if this is where we're going to go, just understand you're going to have a lot of steps ahead of you. Like, we have to think, what are you going to do? You're going to be able to stay home? Are you going to have to live somewhere else? Firehouse, the shifts, you know. We try to lay down the plus and minuses of everything when we spoke.
Did you, in your conversation with him, learn about Janine Bouchard at that point, or did you not learn about her at that point?
No, it wasn't. The conversation was because I asked him some pretty blunt questions, you know, and I got some pretty blunt answers. You know, there was a lot going on between these two that I didn't know about, and I was a little uncomfortable, to tell you the truth, listening to it.
But my question to you is that you didn't find out about Janine Bouchard during this conversation?
No.
Okay. Did you at some point find out about Janine Bouchard?
Yeah, it was a conversation that we just previously spoke about when I had her on the phone.
That was the first time you'd ever heard about Janine Bouchard?
That's when I knew it was more than just a rumor.
Before that, you had heard rumors?
Not much, just enough that I hear something and I don't hear. You know, I don't pay attention. Like I say, I stay out of people's lives and their businesses. But I did hear things, and whether you believe it or not, who knows?
Okay, did you ever talk to Michael about the rumors or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I think everybody knew that. Tried, like I said, I had Michael Jr., Sophia as a goddaughter, and others. We knew there was some.
I'm sorry, sir, there's no. Okay, got it. Do you remember that the conversation that you had with Michael about leaving his family was about maybe 2 months or so after you yourself got married?
I get married in August, so anniversary was September, right? September? So it would be in September, I believe.
Okay. The same year you got married, right?
Yeah.
Right. You got married in 2018, did you, sir?
I believe so. Or was that a year after that? I can't remember. Because we were in August, we got married, and if that was a year later or a month later, I couldn't tell you.
So it could have been a month later.
Could have been a year and a month later.
Now, when Michael worked for you, he not only drove a work truck, but he also had a work cell phone that you paid for, didn't he?
Yes, I paid for everybody's work phones.
Right. And after he stopped working for you, just like he got his own truck, he got his own cell phone, right?
I believe he was no longer asked to talk to me.
I'm asking you whether or not he stopped using the company cell phone sometime after he stopped working for you.
A little bit before that, actually, it stopped being answered, yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the conversation, that second conversation that you had with Michael when he showed up at the office with Christine.
With Christine, yeah.
Yeah. Did he tell you that he was there to say sorry for some things?
He didn't say much at all until the very end.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that you didn't need an apology for anything?
I did say that.
Right. You understand that, for example, in Alcoholics Anonymous, someone could need to make amends for themselves and not just for the person that they're saying sorry to, right?
You assume I understand the process.
I'm asking you.
I don't. I didn't know, and I still don't know.
Okay.
I just told him he didn't have to apologize to me for anything. He's my best friend.
Right. Did it occur to you that someone who was struggling with alcoholism might have shame about things they did when they were drinking?
Did not occur to me, because I have the same answer again. A brother doesn't have to apologize to me.
Okay. But do you understand that he may have felt it was necessary to apologize to you, even if you didn't want to receive an apology?
In hindsight, that's easy to say.
Sustained.
Throughout the entire time that he was making this apology, you were telling him, no need to apologize to me, right?
You're making it sound like it was a long apology. It was at the very end before they walked out the door. It was a 2-minute conversation. It's the only time Mike looked up from being hunched over and spoke.
And he said he was sorry.
He actually just got up and like this, like he wanted a hug.
Did he have some prepared words to speak to you? Is it your testimony today that you never spoke with, that you never expressed skepticism over whether Michael Sr. was an alcoholic?
Objection.
We've covered this ground. Next question.
Well, in order to move on, I need to just get a confirmation on that.
I listened to her, so you.
No, I understand. So my question, I guess, is, for my next question, do I understand correctly that you never talked to Michael Sr. about your skepticism with regard to his alcoholism?
You're saying that again. I don't understand why you're saying my skepticism of Michael and his alcoholism. Like, you're going to have to make this a little more clear. You're saying that I was a skeptic of him?
Well, didn't you
or
tell
I'm not a skeptic of him? Like,
well, didn't you tell grand jury that you, all he did was drink beer and you drank scotch?
no, I did not say all he drank was beer and I drank scotch. I said when we had a drink, if we went out, I wasn't a big beer drinker, I would have a scotch. So I wasn't around all the guys on the other side. I had my own little thing, my one and out.
So you're not saying that Michael only drank beer?
I'm saying Michael preferred beer, and I preferred a scotch. That was what I said. That's how it was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Page 10. Is it your testimony, sir, that you never expressed an opinion that Mike was a heavy drinker or not?
I mean, he had beers. He could have a bunch of beers. I had a scotch. That's, if we were on his backyard having a grill, it'd be the same way.
Do you remember being asked during grand jury, did you know Michael to be a heavy drinker? Do you remember being asked that question?
No, I don't.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show you the transcript.
Yep.
Recognize your name there?
Yeah.
Turning to page number 10. You were asked,
Where?
did you know Michael to be a heavy drinker? Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
No. We would have beer together, you know, like Thirsty Thursday, we called it. Like
Yeah.
after work.
Yeah.
We'd have like an informal argument session where we talk about work and, you know, solve some of the world's problems over a six-pack of beer, that kind of stuff. And did you know of Michael to be into hard liquor or anything else? And you said, no. In fact, it was the opposite. Because he would always sit down and I would always sit down and have a good scotch. And these guys would always, you know, have beers. Correct?
100%, yeah.
Yeah. And you said that because your point was you didn't think Michael was a heavy drinker because all he did was drink beer.
That's not what I said.
That's not what you meant to say?
No, you're putting words in my mouth. Mike was a heavy drinker because he had beers. Mike decided to have beer. Some days he would have a Coke. Some days he have a ginger ale. But if we were out to have a taste or a drink, Mike would have a beer. He only had beers. I had, like I said, usually a taste of scotch.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Briefly. Mr. McDonald, fair to say you didn't know when Michael started AA?
Did not know.
Because he never told you he went, right?
He went silent.
You heard from other people and kind of put the pieces together?
Hmm?
And
Yes, it was, sorry.
when you were just asked about being asked if Michael was a heavy drinker, would you observe Michael when he would drink beer, if he drank beer when you guys were out?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about his level of intoxication on those times that you were with him?
Oh, Mike held himself well. He wasn't sloppy. He didn't show like he was out of control.
And you were asked on cross-examination about memory issues. Did you, in your time working with Michael Sr., ever observe him to have struggles with gaps in his memory?
I didn't. In fact, he was actually doing better as the last couple of years we were together.
And you were asked on cross-examination about the meeting that you had alone with Michael when he called you and asked to meet you at your office. You recall that line of questioning?
Yeah, I remember going there, yes.
And you indicated that you kind of weighed the pros and cons with him.
Tried to, yeah.
And about, what it would mean for him to leave and get separated at that time.
Yes.
And fair to say, you at that point were close with the defendant as well.
The whole family.
And the kids were of a huge concern to you.
100%.
And so you, in weighing the pros and cons with Michael, were talking out with him the bigger picture of what something like this could do to his family, correct?
100%.
And did you later learn that he decided to stay with the defendant?
Yes.
You were also asked about a cell phone. So you said Michael had a work cell phone.
Yeah, I bought all the phones for the guys. Everybody in the company, I paid for the work phones.
And you indicated that a lot of times Michael would get called out to help out with service calls, even when he was only working with you sporadically.
Yeah, 100%, because sometimes the guys were wiped out or they had to be somewhere else the next day. So Mike would pick up the slack if we needed it, yeah.
But did you know him to have another phone that was his own personal phone?
No, I did not.
So was that work number the only number that you had for him?
It was.
Did you know them to have like a landline at their house?
They did.
And were you able to reach him on the landline after he stopped communicating with you?
No, I did not really call the house much after he decided to work things out with Christine. She spoke a lot to my house. She called my family a few times, my wife. And that was about the extent of the conversations. We didn't really communicate much. We figured Mike was separating and doing his thing.
Okay. When you turned off the work phone because he wasn't working for you anymore.
I can't remember if I turned it off though, or if it was just like all done and it was no longer mine. Like the communication was made pretty clear that that wasn't very.
So you were never provided another number to reach him at?
No, that's why I answered the phone that night when I came thinking it was a service call. It was Mike's other cell phone that he called me on, and and I didn't know who it was. I said, hello. I literally answered like it was a service company. Hello, MCC.
And that was the first time that you had talked to Michael on a different number?
That's when I saved the number, yeah.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Recross.
Nothing further.
Can I go?
Witness may step down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Michael Dillon, please.
Swear the testimony and evidence should give to the court and the jury in the matter now and in the Commonwealth and defendants bar should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
In a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
My name is Michael Dillon, Dillon.
And your date of birth, sir?
3/3/1963.
And your address?
56 Keens Way in Pembroke.
Are you employed, sir?
I am.
In what capacity?
I work for the Boston Fire Department.
And what do you do for the Boston Fire
I'm a
Department?
district chief.
What district?
I'm currently assigned to the arson investigation unit, but prior to that, I was in District 9.
When did you switch roles into your current role?
A year ago.
So what was your position back in 2021?
I was a district chief.
And what location was that a district chief of?
District 9, which encompassed Roxbury and part of Jamaica Plain.
And could you just describe some of your general duties and responsibilities when you were district chief of District 9, sir?
I oversaw 3 firehouses in the district, 6 line companies, 3 technical rescue companies. We responded to all incidents in my district. They could be hazmat, building fires, technical rescues, things like that.
And did you know somebody by the name of Michael Ricci?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the they're not here, but we can get them. How did you know Michael Ricci?
We were co-workers. I probably met Mike about 15 years ago.
How'd you first meet him?
We worked in the same section of the city. I would see him at incidents.
And where did he work, if you know, when you first met him?
The first time I met him, I believe he was working in Ladder 6, which would be Dorchester.
And can you just describe, actually, let me. Just so there's no mystery to the jury. The exhibits get locked up at lunchtime, and they were locked up and they hadn't come out. And I jinxed Madam Clerk because she just alerted me that and I said, you'll be all set. The exhibits are back out from their locked area. Thank you. So I'm just going to show you what was previously marked as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that photograph, sir?
That's Mike Ricci.
Thank you. And that's the gentleman that you just described you've known for over 15 years, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your relationship like with Michael Ricci?
We were co-workers. So when I first met him 15 years ago, we worked in the same district, basically. And about 12 years ago, I started working in the same firehouse as he. I had a supervisory position, and he was a firefighter. We worked together for a few years there.
And what firehouse was that?
That was Engine 14, the Ladder 4, in Dudley Street in Roxbury.
What was your role there, and what was his role there?
I was the captain of Engine 14, and he was the firefighter on Ladder 4.
And aside from your working relationship, did you have a friendship with him?
I would say we were work friends. I didn't socialize with Mike outside of work. I would see him at retirement parties and things like that, but that would be it.
And at some point, sir, did your business relationship change and he was asked to work under you?
In April of 2017, I asked Mike if he would become my aide.
What is an aide?
District chiefs have aides. I consider it a crucial role. I use Mike as a technical advisor for me at incidents. I would rely on his expertise and his experience. He would do day-to-day administrative functions for me. He would take care of the equipment we were assigned. But most importantly, I would rely on him at an incident to let me know if it was progressing properly, if we needed more resources. He accepted, fortunately.
He accepted the position?
Yes.
Is it kind of like a golf caddy in a lot of ways?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
And how long was he, Mr. Michael Ricci, your aide?
Just shy of 4 years. And
as your aide, how often would the two of you work in close proximity?
Daily. He drove me. We were in the same vehicle daily at incidents. We were very close at work.
And had you ever had a different aide prior to asking Michael Ricci to be your aide?
Just one prior to him.
And what kind of criteria do you use to select or decide who becomes your aide, sir?
As I said, I believed it to be a crucial position, so I wanted somebody who had experience, who was well liked by other people. He had a steady head. If I asked him to do something, that it would get completed. I wanted somebody who was I could look to, who was very responsible, and I thought that was Mike.
And did he live up to that kind of to that criteria?
I believe he exceeded that.
How so?
Just when he showed up to work, he was ready to go. Anything I ever asked him to do was done quickly. He's just a great guy.
And could you describe what kind of schedule you were working during those 4 years with Michael Ricci?
So we worked a 24-hour shift. Then you would have 2 days off. You would work another 24-hour shift and 4 days off.
And when was the last time you worked with Michael Ricci?
That Friday before his death.
And was that the start of a 4-day off period?
I believe so, yes.
And during the course of those 4 years, specifically drawing your attention to middle of the fall of 2018, what, if any, changes did you see in Michael Ricci?
I didn't notice any changes.
And drawing your attention to the middle of 2019, what, if anything, drew your attention with regard to any injuries he had on him?
He reported to work one morning with 2 black eyes.
Had you ever seen him have black eyes before, sir?
No.
And how was his demeanor that day when he came in with the 2 black eyes?
I would describe it as somber.
Did you ever know Michael to be kind of a barroom brawler?
Never.
And was that the only time you saw Michael Ricci with injuries, sir?
No.
Drawing your attention to a few months prior to his death, did you observe him come to work with another injury?
Yes, a black eye.
And what was his demeanor on that occasion?
I would say the same. He was somber.
And without telling us anything he said to you, sir, both those times you just described, would you have a brief conversation with him about the nature of those injuries?
I did.
And drawing your attention to 1 week before Michael Ricci's death, again, without telling us anything he told you had happened, what, if anything, did you observe on his neck?
He had scratches on his neck.
Had you ever met his wife, Christine Ricci?
Yes.
Ever socialized with her?
No.
Drawing your attention, sir, to the last day you described as working with Michael Ricci, which would have been the Friday before his death. Who, if anyone, came to visit him at the station?
His son, Michael.
Is that Michael Jr.?
Yes.
Had you met him previously?
No.
Had he, as far as you know from others, had he ever come to the station before?
I had never seen him in the station.
And that was the Friday before his death that he came in?
Yes.
Sir, during the time that you knew and worked closely with Michael Ricci, did you ever have any concerns about his drinking habits?
No.
And during that same period of time, did you ever have any concerns, sir, about his memory?
No.
And when was the last time you saw Mr. Ricci?
That Friday before he died.
May I have one moment, please?
You may. Nothing further. Cross-exam.
Back to come to sidebar, Your Honor.
You may.
I have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
The witness may step down. I'll see you at the side of the bench quickly. Jurors, we're going to suspend there. The final conference with the lawyers was to find out where we are. I always like to keep you informed of where we are in the context of how much more evidence. So I expect that the Commonwealth's case, the evidence from the Commonwealth will close on Wednesday. So all day tomorrow and then sometime on Wednesday, the Commonwealth will rest its case. All right. So I give that additional information. Jurors, I send you off tonight with those warnings. Be vigilant to those warnings. Don't talk to anyone about this case. Continue to have open minds and don't do any research about this case. We'll see you back here, ready to work 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Court, all rise for the jury. Just place your notebooks on the chair. Exit right this way.
You may be seated. All right, what do either of you wish to discuss before we suspend for the evening?
So maybe now's the good time to talk about the voir dire of Katrina Freeman.
Go right ahead.
So we have a text message that the Commonwealth used to refresh Angel's recollection about the timing of the so-called suicide attempt with a knife.
Somebody get that to me so I can look at it again. May I approach? Yes, please.
Your Honor, this is the entire conversation, I believe.
Page 14.
Page 14, which is tab, is the relevant portion.
And so it would be helpful to me if one or both of you could walk me through who's talking and what they're saying.
All right, so the bad act that they want to put in is a statement that was disclosed prior to trial, is a statement by Katrina Freeman saying that on May 10th, 2020, she came home from work. She notices the defendant holding a knife to her torso. Well, let me just read. On Mother's Day, May 10th, 2020, Ms. Freeman recalled an incident involving the defendant attempting to harm herself with a knife, and her family was present. Ms. Freeman said that she'd been drinking on this day because she had previously lost her own mother, and as a result, Mother's Day had always been difficult for her. She got home and went downstairs. She recalls coming up the stairs from the basement and seeing the defendant on the floor by the sink with a knife in her hand, and remembers confronting the defendant and saying to her, "Are you really going to do this in front of your children?" She recalls Angel and Michael Sr. trying to help the defendant. That's the bad act in question.
Okay.
The testimony of Angel Ricci was that during the event that he described, Katrina was not present.
Correct.
If we look at the text message on page 14, that is dated May 10th, 2020, the very day she said that she made these observations. And it's clear from the content of those text messages that Angel is describing an event that Katrina was not present at. So in order, obviously, for a prior bad act to be entered, Your Honor has to find to a preponderance standard that the event actually happened. And given the contradiction between both the testimony of Angel and the content of the document that they used to refresh Angel's recollection, which they presumably take to be a fair statement because they used it like that, it looks like she wasn't. And therefore, the bad act that I read of Katrina is one of two things. It's either false or it reflects another bad act that is just somehow either misdated or something like that. If it is the same event and it's not, then there's indication that it's not true. At least her account of it is not true, and therefore should not be allowed to be presented. If, on the other hand, it is a separate event, then it requires the same type of bad act analysis that Your Honor is already engaged in with the other bad acts that they've attempted to get in. But in either case, I think we have to have a clear record about what it is that she's claiming, if it's the same event or a different event. Because if it's a different event, what we're now talking about is potentially 3 self-stabbing events. The June 6, 2019 which corresponds with the date in which Michael Jr. broke his hand when Angel says that he remembers this happening. The May 10th event, which potentially was described on that text message, and then the event that Katrine is talking about where she was present and making this speech to Christine. And again, that needs to be clarified, and then we need to have a separate analysis with regard to the cumulative prejudice of all of this relative to the evidence relating to the charged conduct. And I think the only way to really do that carefully would be to have a voir dire.
Your Honor, just so you are aware of what you are looking at, the blue is Katrina, the green is Angel.
Thank you.
That was your first question. The second is, I think
Green
the reason
is Angel. Okay.
the reason why we provided you the whole exchange and the reason why we asked Angel when he was looking at it to look at a few pages before leading up to page 14 was to get the context of the entire conversation. Katrina mentions in that text exchange that she is drunk that day. Angel references how intoxicated she was that day. Excuse me. And there's multiple back and forth about Katrina's concerns about being in the households, about concerns for Sophia, because she has a history of cutting behavior. Before you get to that conversation or that bubble where Angel makes that comment about the big knife, I don't think it's as crystal clear as counsel wants it to be that it's clear she wasn't there from that incident and that Angel's telling her. It's just Angel makes that comment in a series of other conversations about the incident or about what's going on in the household as a whole. Ms. Freeman actually came in and told us about her recollection and her recollection of it being on Mother's Day of 2020 before we even went and located those texts that's an extraction from Angel's phone, not from her phone. It was her memory of what that incident was. And when you heard the testimony from Angel the other day, it wasn't as clear that he was clear as to the timeline. It wasn't as clear about what parts of it he clearly remembered and didn't. I believe when he was asked about whether he recalled Katrina being there on cross-examination, he said he couldn't remember seeing her face there in his memory of it. Therefore, he doesn't believe she was there. That doesn't mean she wasn't there. It just means that his memory of it now is that she might not have been there. I don't think the fact that two witnesses have a slightly competing view of the same event doesn't make them not the same incident. And again, the Commonwealth maintains that it is the same incident. We're not alleging there's a third incident. We're alleging that she
What is the harm in voir diring her specific to that issue?
Mm-hmm.
That is the issue of whether or not there's more than one event.
The Commonwealth doesn't have a problem with that.
And or unwittingly, what I don't want to step into, and I think a valid concern raised by the defense, is the idea that we would unwittingly step into a different prior bad act because of a lack of knowledge. At a minimum, it seems to me to be in everyone's interest for that to be fleshed out before she takes a stand before the jury.
We just ask that the voir dire be limited to that very narrow issue because counsel did raise a series of issues in relation to Ms. Freeman's testimony. And what we would not want to see happen is his ability to get a chance to examine her fully before she makes a direct testimony. So if the court is inclined to voir dire her on that narrow issue, we would certainly have her available before the jury is expected to convene tomorrow.
All right. Counsel?
The only two things that I want to talk to her about, and it doesn't even need to be me that talks to her about it, is to determine, so the court can make a clear finding about whether or not she was there by a preponderance of evidence, given the nature of that text, given the nature of Angel's testimony, and given what she's going to testify to. That's it. I'm not going to do a complete examination outside of the view of the jury. And then the second issue is, well, that's really it. That's the big issue.
And is it the same?
Is it the same incident?
Is it the same incident?
Right.
All right. Is it the same incident, and was she there? Until I have any other conversation with you, both of you, if I do, that's the limits of what the voir dire will be about. The Commonwealth can start the voir dire, and if defense wishes to ask questions limited to that, I'll hear them.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. As it relates, I don't know if you want to move on to the Lee Rivera point. I was
Sure.
trying to remember, there was one other small issue, not issue, but in terms of what I would intend to elicit, Your Honor, is literally, I have less than a page of questions just to let the court know, but I would draw her attention to the date that she became involved with the Ricci family, which was June 6, 2019, following Michael Jr.'s going to the hospital because he hurt his hand. This was following, just for your own knowledge, Your Honor, the incident whereby he walked in and his parents were fighting. There were smashed things everywhere. And then ultimately, his mother made her way downstairs, got a knife. He thought she was, Michael Jr., we anticipate will testify that he then watched his mother head towards exactly where his father went out to smoke a cigarette outside. So we're talking about that incident. Lee Rivera is a DCF caseworker that responded to assist in the investigation of the Ricci family after the hospital filed a 51A. During the course of her investigation, she interviewed the defendant, and the defendant made a couple of different statements that we would seek to elicit. Number one, she denied any physical abuse by Michael Sr. She also was asked about the incident in question that prompted the hospital to file the 51A. And she indicated that she and Michael Sr. were arguing about the affair. He got upset because she continues to bring it up. Junior arrived home while they were arguing, and Junior yelled at her to stop screaming and was trying to grab her. The defendant claims she became upset because of trauma history, which we don't need to get into. Defendant said she was in a, quote, fit of rage and grabbed a mirror in her bedroom, smashing it on the floor, and told him, Junior, maybe I'm just better off dead. She then claimed she grabbed a knife to keep Junior away from her. And that DCF report was provided early on, Your Honor.
All right, can I have a copy of it?
Certainly. May I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Is he still here? Let me hit pause to that button and discuss something else. Juror in seat number 5 recognized someone in the audience. You can approach with that, but I want you, all of you, to approach to the side of the bench.
Okay.
Or to the side of the witness box.
And Your Honor, before you engaged in that conversation with that juror, I did pass up to Madam Clerk the DCF records, tabbing 2 different pages that relate to what I stated earlier about Lee Rivera.
All right, just give me a second to make a couple of notes here. All right, I've read it.
So, Your Honor, if what they're doing is they're calling Lee Rivera to recharacterize the June 6, 2019 event as being directed towards Michael Jr. and not towards Michael Sr., then I think that constitutes 2 distinct bad acts. And I think there's a real problem with that. I also think it's a real problem that they're going to put sort of they have to decide, is my position, as to how they're going to characterize that event. They have said all along that they thought this event was an event in which Christine was going and charging out in order to do something to Michael. And now they're going to they said it on their opening even. Now they're going to put in a statement of my client suggesting it was directed to someone else before they put on the testimony of that event from Michael Jr. Seems like that's a real problem. And it puts out even more prejudicial issues, and it's directed towards a third party, which Your Honor said was a sort of the red line for you. You know, we talk about prior bad acts, but not prior bad acts to third parties. If that's what they want it for, I think that runs afoul of your own red line. And I think it has this troubling relationship with Michael Jr.'s story, so that now they're going to get their story out through Michael Jr. and they're going to try to characterize it using my client's words, and then try to get Michael Jr. to sort of suggest that she was charging towards Michael Sr. And it's sort of hard for me to know. Well, it just amounts to 2 separate characterizations of a single event.
I think that we could probably excise out or tailor certain statements that my brother indicated are troubling to maybe simplify it. By no means are we trying to offer the defendant's statement to show that she was protecting herself from Michael Jr. In fact, it is my firm belief.
What are you offering it for? Did she change the story?
No, what I'm more saying is that part isn't really that important to me. The part about she grabbed a knife to defend herself against Junior. The more important part is that she was in a fit of rage and broke things, and also when confronted with has senior any physical abuse, she denied any physical abuse by him. And in a case involving self-defense, I think that's highly probative. As it relates to, I believe, Your Honor, for whatever it's worth, that statement by the defendant to Lee Rivera about defending herself from Michael Jr., I believe that was a self-serving statement, if anything. She failed to mention anything about going after her husband with a knife or heading in his direction as he walked outside. I think that, so I do believe that we could potentially excise out certain portions that if it's, if Your Honor rules that way, of conform with whatever your ruling is. But I do believe that the remaining portions of what the Commonwealth suggested it was seeking to elicit is very probative, considering the fact that this was kind of an ongoing pattern that you've allowed us to some extent to bring in through other witnesses. I'm happy to.
All right. I think that the denial of any physical abuse by Michael is permissible, and I will allow that testimony to come in. This characterization or alleged characterization by the defendant as her actions being directed towards Michael Jr. Is not relevant to this jury's decision making, and I'm not going to allow that to come in.
Okay.
It starts to be wander into perhaps another bad act. I'm not even sure at this point if it is a separate bad act, but it's not relevant to the decision making with regard to what happened between the defendant and her husband on January 28th, 2021. So it's not coming in, even though it is a statement of the defendant that would be otherwise admissible. I'm exercising my discretion under the evidentiary rules for it to not come in. With regard to reporting that she was in a fit of rage and grabbed the mirror in her bedroom and smashed it on the floor, it seems to me that we expect the testimony from Michael Jr. to be consistent with it. It's cumulative and not harmful in terms of its cumulative effect. I am going to encourage the parties to work towards a stipulation. That's all I'm going to get her to allow her to testify to. So if you can reach a stipulation, we can shorten it. If you can't, that's fine. But she's going to be limited in her testimony to her statement with regard to no denial of physical abuse by Michael in the past, and that she was angry and smashed the mirror.
Understood.
On that date.
Okay.
With regard to the rage part of this,
yes.
I would suggest because it's cumulative, it's less probative, and therefore much more likely to be overcome by its prejudicial effect. And in this case, Michael Jr., who was an observer of it, is going to be testifying about it. Her own characterization of her emotional state at that moment sort of short circuits the jury's own ability to listen to Michael Jr.'s testimony about what he saw and make their own determination about it. So I would still object to that portion coming in. I understand with regard to the statements about Michael Sr. as well as the broken glass.
Right. I note your objection. It's her statement.
Thank you.
Any other issues? So we're going to have the voir dire witness ready to go, hopefully at 8:30, if everything else lines up, and we're all ready to go at 8:30, but I'll be ready to go at 8:30 for that. All right?
Okay.
Anything else?
Nothing from the Commonwealth. Thank you.
All right. I appreciate your work on the jury instructions. I haven't had a chance to look at where the differences lie, and I'll start looking at that tonight. I expect that maybe, well, we'll see how the trial plays out, but we'll have an adequate opportunity. The one thing that I wanted defense to focus on is, and I haven't read the case in a while, but the Commonwealth cites to a case in its, with regard to the self-defense instruction. I want the defense to, address that with other legal precedent.
Your Honor, just back to Lee Rivera for one moment, just because I would
I want to make sure it's abundantly clear to myself. There was another portion of her statement with regard to maybe I'm just better off dead. I guess that wasn't brought up as in terms of your ruling. So I just wanted to, I don't have to go there, but
I don't have a problem
again,
with that. I don't have a problem with her statement.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see y'all in the morning. Have a good night.
Court, all rise.
I'm gonna steal some candy.
Okay. I just want to make sure there was no massive like underlying thing. Perfect. All right. Thank you. Sorry, that probably was uncomfortable. You're like,
Yeah. Wherever you can find room.
What did I do?
Hi, Karen. Isabella, nice to meet you. Hi, Karen. Nice to meet you.
Like you're what?
Sweating. Warm?
It was warmer than hot, and sorry, warmer than cold, and then warmer than. They do. I don't know. They must on the weekends, and in the afternoon it always gets warm in here. Once they
Some of the
get.
other ones, like the sun, like.
Yeah, next door. That one that gets.
because if I've learned nothing else, I've learned this. They weren't provided in a dump at any time, so we were completely unaware of those photographs.
And can I just ask, is that argument for all three of the photographs?
Yes, we, to our knowledge, were never provided with that photograph either.
No, the reason I'm asking is because the mugshot photo was entered in the stand your ground, so I don't think that was.
Well, hold on. Let me keep some semblance of order, even though of the late hour. So, right.
I thought the mugshot's in already.
That's one of the two that we're talking about.
Yeah.
The mugshot.
So here's the three photos we're talking about for this Richardson hearing. States 103 is what we've been referring to as the modeling photo. Go ahead and pull them out. I'm so sorry, Madam Clerk. She asked if we wanted them, and I said no, and now it's probably better we do. That's 103. 104, we've been referring to that as mugshot, and 105, we're now referring to as the boat picture. And the mugshot, my notes are 103 and 104 were not admitted.
Correct, and that was just an oversight. They were published and we spoke about them, I just didn't say the words.
Correct. All right, so I have them up here if you want to review them.
And
I have them here if you want to review them.
would like to say the mugshot was disclosed in discovery. I can find the discovery page, the date stamp page if you need me to, but it was disclosed in discovery.
You can take those with you if you want.
Yeah, there was a companion photograph with this that they sought to introduce that we never got either.
No, it was that one.
Was this?
It was that one. Yeah, just
Oh,
those two.
okay, I could have sworn there were two. Okay. So, you want me to address the wedding photograph, the modeling photograph?
Yeah, all three of them.
All three.
Yes, sir. You go through the Richardson factors with me on all three.
Okay. So, we believe it to be, I have no evidence to present to the court that it was intentional. We believe it to be inadvertent. However, the prejudice is substantial. And given the late hour of the introduction, we've never been advised, so we've had no opportunity to meet it. And the trial is over.
All right, State.
Judge, speaking about them individually, and I apologize, I don't know which picture the mugshot is, but that was disclosed in discovery, so there is no violation. What we call modeling photo, I believe that's actually from the ballet pictures. That picture did not become relevant until the defense's case, and the defendant testified, and also Dr. Russell testified about seeing edema and swelling, and it became very important to show before this incident and after this incident what she looked like. And I don't know how that can be of any prejudice because it's a picture of the defendant. It's not like she didn't know it existed. And I don't know how the defense would have prepared differently. So I don't think it's a violation, first of all, because it didn't become relevant, and we introduced it at the time when it became relevant. And then as to the boat picture, I have the same argument that did not become relevant until the defense's case. So therefore, we produced it as soon as it became relevant or very close thereafter. So it was no violation to begin with.
All right. Tell me about what is the relevance of the State's 105?
The relevance is that the defense put in pictures of the victim at the gym to show that he was all muscle bound and, to try and show. Those pictures were taken in 2018.
Which pictures?
The muscle bound pictures that the defense put in.
Okay.
That picture was taken a month before he died. He did not look like those pictures that the defense entered in 2018.
How do you know he's got a shirt on? I mean, if you look at his arm, the vein is bulging on his bicep.
To the weight, not the admissibility, Judge.
When did you become aware of States 105?
Last night.
All right. Final thoughts to the objecting party.
Put in about Mr. Benefield, how he was built, were in May of 2020, not 18.
I don't recall that evidence coming in. The date of them?
I'm just informing the court. The representation was that they were taken in 2018, and we're telling the court they were taken in May of 2020.
Right. And just so you all know, and what I'm saying to that is, as someone who hasn't been involved in this case as long as you guys have been, and don't know all the details of it, I don't recall that testimony when the photographs were put in. I don't think the date of them was established.
I'm just correcting the representation that they were May of 2018. I'm telling the court they were from May of 2020.
All right, thank you both very much. So in a Richardson hearing, obviously we talked about it before. The issue is whether it's willful or inadvertent, trivial or substantial, and what prejudice is being suffered by the non-offending party. That is the one that's opposing the introduction or didn't have the information or exhibit. I'm going to start with 104. Actually, all three of these have a different analysis, unfortunately. And I'll just mean that because that means I have to go through it 3 different times as opposed to giving you just one simple analysis for all 3.
Judge, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just want to make sure. We haven't yet discussed the Richardson analysis for the modeling photo, have we?
Yes.
Oh, then I do want to add something.
Oh, please, yes.
Yeah. The prejudice to us. So the court may recall in my testimony, I specifically pointed out the drooping eyelid and the space between the brow and the eyelid. And the prejudice to us is going to be substantial because they're going to now introduce this picture taken at a completely different time with makeup and everything else. And they're going to argue that she looked like that here. Therefore, you can't believe what they said about the photo that was introduced, that was taken by the sheriff and staged on that day. And that's going to be substantial prejudice. And one other thing, Your Honor, about the photo with the daughter and the father. No, there's a sympathy factor about calling the daughter to begin with, which was why we objected. So now this is a second bite of the apple. And if they want the photograph really just to show that Doug, by some crystal ball, they know he's not built like that underneath his shirt, then they should splice the photograph and remove Eva from the photograph if it's just to show Doug.
All right, thank you both very much. So 104 is an easy call. 104 is the mugshot, and that has been disclosed. It was used at the Stand Your Ground hearing, and in one of the more recent pretrial hearings, this in particular was one of the issues we talked about, and I was on my way to ruling that the state could not use it in its case in chief, but could use it in rebuttal, and that's where then one of the two of you jumped up and said that was your intent anyway, was to use it during rebuttal. So I don't find that there was a Richardson violation. That's been disclosed. It was discussed multiple times as this case is going on, so there is no prejudice there. As for 103 being the modeling photo, when did you get this picture?
It was I think it was the night. It was either the night before her, at lunch. It was at lunch during her testimony.
I found it on the internet while we were eating lunch and then turned it into an exhibit.
And tell me your prejudice for this again.
I had specifically pointed out when we put Ms. Benefield on the stand where the slap was inside the left side of her face, and asked her about whether her eyelid was, it reflected a droopy eyelid and swelling in the space from the eyelid to the eyebrow. And the state is now going to use that photograph to argue that that wasn't the case at all. There was no swelling, no damage, because here, take a look at the eye in this photograph. It's exactly the same.
Judge, I think that's...
And then they might just add, can I put this on the record ex parte? I don't want to help the state in their closing argument.
Okay. surprisingly, I find this to be a much closer call. It's difficult to say that it was willfully held by the state because they didn't get it until the lunch. Well, direct happened in the morning, then we took a lunch break, and then cross happened in the afternoon. Let me ask you this, State, and I hate to do this because I know I'm usually very specific about I want to hear all argument and then I rule. When you procured State 103, you come back over, did you show it to the defense
I did.
prior to beginning your cross?
I did. Both of those pictures.
I'm sorry?
I showed them both of them.
Both of them?
And Judge, I just want to also add, the defense saying that they would not have spoken about the swelling on the side of her face, that same argument goes for the mugshot. And they had every reason to know that I was going to try and put the mugshot in after she put it into evidence. So I don't know that that argument necessarily holds because they were on notice that I was going to make this argument, just maybe not with that picture.
All right, I do want to give you the final shot, though, since you're the objecting party. Anything else?
Well, the mugshot is 6 weeks later, and you can't discern from the mugshot what you can discern from this photograph that we are discussing now. Again, the composition also of the photograph is different. This one is heavily with makeup.
I think that goes to the weight, not the admissibility. All right, so the state didn't have this until that day. They showed it to the defense prior to beginning their cross-examination. The purpose is not, I characterize it more as a rebuttal piece of evidence based upon the defendant's claim about the slap and so forth. And I understand why the state wants to use this because they have 104 is coming in, which is the booking photo. But I look back at my notes just to see about 103. And on 103, when it was authenticated by the defendant, it was a modeling photo, and it was taken before she even met Doug, are my notes. So I have to find that there's some sort of prejudice and that the defense would have changed or been significantly different to meet that prejudice. And I just can't say that I find that because the issue of the swelling above the left eye has been an issue since the stand your ground. And all 103 does is show the anatomical structure above the left eye at a time before she even met Doug. So I can't find that there's a Richardson violation. So 103 over the defendant's objection is admitted. The predicate was laid. For 105, this is again, it's difficult to say that it was willful because the state just obtained it yesterday or the day before. When's the first time you disclosed it? Today?
Today.
Well, I'm sorry, that's not 104. I apologize, Madam Clerk. 104, I found there was no Richardson. It is received.
Tomorrow.
No, I'll just do it now.
Okay.
103 and 104 received. 105. I don't think, first, so I can't find that it was willful. Trivial or substantial, I think it's certainly the relative size and physical abilities between the defendant and the victim is an issue. And the defendant has the photographs, whether they're from 2018 or 2020, the photographs of Mr. Benefield working out where he is in, to put it mildly, extraordinary shape for a man his age. So I don't think it's unreasonable for the state to want to put in a photo of what he looked like a month before his death. I think it's goes to the weight, not the admissibility of the photograph. With the argument between the two parties, defense can argue, yeah, but this shirt doesn't show him ripped. These other ones show him with his shirt off. They can make that argument. The state can argue that he wasn't as ripped and strong as he was in those photographs. But I don't disagree, and I've done this before, where editing the photograph for the fact of having his daughter in, and it's going to come out that there was a month before a month before his death. They're both smiling on a boat, having a good time. I think there's some, not the prejudice as preparation prejudice, but no, this would need to be.
I didn't get to respond to that. Can I just respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Judge, I think the relative size of the victim to his 15-year-old daughter is very important in that picture, because the jury knows that his daughter was only 15 at the time that this picture was taken, and I think it helps gauge his size at the time of the murder, very shortly before. And if you crop the daughter out, there's nothing to gauge.
All right. I appreciate that. Overruled.
She was 19 in that photo.
Either way. Now, the question for you is, do you want this in?
I can crop it and print it out on a big piece of paper.
It's already been done.
Well,
It's already done.
okay.
Right.
Oh, were you asking if I wanted the other half?
Yeah, do you want the other half?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand what your question was. I'll take the other half.
Well, I didn't know if you'd want it in the record, because you're saying you want it in. Do you want it in?
Oh, we can just put it in the record then. Thank you.
Can I call that one 105A?
A, yeah.
That's going to be State's Exhibit 105A. It is not entered. So the only ruling I've made at this point is 105 is admissible as I have cropped it.
Okay.
But we still have the issue of, you want to get it in through Eva,
Yes,
Benefield,
yes.
and you're objecting her being recalled. So we still got to get that issue.
Yes.
All right.
Object to it being recalled on two bases. One, sympathy factor, especially balanced against the probative value of this photograph, which is anybody's guess because he's got a shirt on. And two, based upon the hearing that we had.
Did you do any additional research on I made the ruling about the interview, right, that happened in the hallway?
Yeah.
All right. You had started to bring up some other matters, and I don't know if anything ever happened with that. No?
Yeah, I left it alone, I think, because she said she took the posts down.
Took them down. All right. All right, be heard on whether Eva Benefield, now, the rule of sequestration was applied.
Yes.
She was not released from her subpoena,
Correct.
but she was allowed back in the courtroom pursuant to Marcy's law.
Yes.
As next of kin.
Yes.
All right.
And I think the entire reason for the rule of sequestration is to provide fairness. So witnesses can't hear what the other witnesses are going to say before they testify, and where it may taint their testimony. I represented to the court like 4 questions I will have for her, and I don't think that any of those would have changed based on anything that she would have heard in the courtroom anyway. And even that being said, Marcy's law has shown that her right to be in the courtroom is more important than those types of issues anyway. So I don't I'm not really understanding the defense's argument about her coming back in, and there are issues that are relevant to the state's case that the state wants to ask her. So I don't understand the sympathy argument.
All right, final thoughts, sir.
I think the sympathy argument is pretty obvious. And they already put her up there one time. So now we're going to put her back up there a second time. Marcy's law allows her in the courtroom. It doesn't allow her in the witness stand.
All right, thank you both very much. I made the findings the other day regarding what I understood to be about the brief interview that was given in the hallway. I believe there was an admonishment, and she was allowed to remain in the courtroom, although I will say she was kind of in and out. I don't find that it's overly sympathetic to recall her as a rebuttal witness to authenticate a photograph. You said something about the gym photos?
Right. She was going to talk about the gym photos.
How so?
When they were taken.
All right. And then right or left-handed?
Yes.
That doesn't sound like anything that would necessarily pull at the heartstrings. I will say this, obviously on that boat photo, it doesn't need to be, was that the last time you went on a boat with your dad and, you know, you missed those times? It needs to be, when was this photo taken? And then you can make your arguments however you want to interpret it during closing. Because that could be overly sympathetic to kind of dredge up those sorts of emotions.
Understood.
And then right or left hand, I don't see anything that's overly sympathetic or I'm in my head I'm doing a 403 analysis. So I think the probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading of the jury. And I don't find it to be needless presentation of cumulative evidence. So you may recall her for those limited purposes.
And Judge, if I could just see the picture where you cut, I'm cropping the picture of the digital copy. Oh, that's exactly where you have it. Is it where I have it? Yeah.
All right, if that's everything we can handle tonight, you all are free to go, and we'll get started tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, 8:45.
So it's fixed.
Officials say a man was released on bond in Tennessee, then drove to Mississippi to kill his girlfriend. Now, the bail bonds companies that helped him get out of jail are coming under fire. We sit down with the victim's father to discuss the case, the bail companies, and what's next. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. We told you a few weeks back about the brutal murder of 22-year-old Lauren Johansson. And I want to be clear about this because based on what we have reported and what we are seeing now, and we have a lot of new information that we want to dive into, this killing should not have happened. This killing, in my opinion, could very well have been prevented. Let me explain. Lauren's allegedly abusive boyfriend, 23-year-old Bryson Rivers, had been locked up in Nashville, Tennessee. Why? Accused of beating Lauren inside of a car while they were on vacation. Lauren had managed to call her family to say that she thought Rivers was going to kill her, so police pinpoint her location. They arrest Rivers. It's reportedly caught on body cam. They charge him with aggravated kidnapping, interference with a 911 call, very serious charges. Lauren went to the hospital with serious injuries and then goes home to Mississippi to try to recover. Now, that was back in December of 2023. Lauren's father, Dr. Lance Johansson, who we're going to speak to in a minute, told WLOX News that he warned the judge overseeing this case at the time, criminal court judge Cheryl Blackburn, that Rivers should not be let out, that he was a danger to Lauren. So Rivers ends up spending months in jail, but this judge decided to lower his bond from $250,000 to $150,000. And he was eventually able to post it and was released on June 24th. Now, apparently, the judge placed some conditions on this release. So Rivers had to wear a GPS monitoring device, he couldn't leave the county, and he was prohibited from having any contact whatsoever with Lauren. Rivers reportedly used two bonding companies to make that happen: Brooks Bail Bonding and On Time Bonding. They split the cost of the bond. But here's the thing. While Rivers was supposed to be fitted with a GPS monitor that would make sure he stayed within confined limits, a confined geographical area, that didn't happen. We're going to come back to that in just a second. But Lauren's father had reportedly got a voicemail from the Davidson County District Attorney's Office in Nashville. And it reportedly said, quote, "This is Bailey calling from the District Attorney's Office in Nashville. Bryson Rivers was released from custody. He was supposed to report straight to a GPS company and be put on a GPS monitor, and he was not to leave Davidson County. But as soon as he was released, he did not report to that GPS monitoring company, and he has not been heard from. I wanted to make sure Lauren is safe." Well, unfortunately, Lauren was not safe. Unfortunately, Lauren would be found dead, reportedly beaten to death days later. So here's a very important new piece of information that just came out. Court officials have confirmed that one of their clerks made a mistake where they didn't notify the Davidson County Jail about Rivers' bond conditions. So the jail didn't know that he was supposed to get an ankle monitor or be released to a bonding company. So Rivers just ends up walking out without supervision. And remember, he wasn't allowed to leave Davidson County. So he's released, but he apparently calls Brooks Bail Bonding on his own. And Brooke Harlan, the owner of Brooks Bail Bonding, hired Freedom Monitoring for GPS services. This is a company run by one of her employees. That woman, Nikita Wilhoit, sent a letter to Judge Blackburn explaining that she didn't know about the judge's bail conditions when Rivers was released. At the time, she installed the ankle monitor, but she claims she did set up zones for the device when she found out about everything. So this was on June 28th when she found out and set up these zones. But again, that's 4 days after he has already been released. Now, Wilhoit said in her letter to the judge that she called Rivers that day and said he needed to come back to the business so that she could replace the GPS monitor. And guess what happens? Rivers allegedly shows up at Brooks Bail Bonding with Lauren. One of his conditions was that he wasn't supposed to have any contact with her. But instead of calling the police, it appears Rivers was allowed to leave. He should have been arrested on the spot. So, of course, it becomes a question, why didn't this happen? Did they not see her? Did they not know? And what happens? Days later, Lauren is found dead in Mississippi. Her dead body discovered in the back seat of her car in a cemetery, reportedly wrapped up in sheets and trash bags, and Rivers is accused of killing her. And Dr. Lance Johansson, again, who we're going to be speaking to in a second, was there. He was at the crime scene. He reportedly helped the coroner lift his own daughter's body out of that car. As for Rivers, he was reportedly seen running away from the scene into a wooded area. This involved drones, dozens of officers, air support dogs as they were following him. And the police were able to lure him out of the woods by pretending to be a friend who was texting with him, and they apprehend him. He's arrested. He's booked for Lauren's murder, this time on a $1 million bond in Harrison County, Mississippi. But we now know Rivers has been moved to Forest County. It's about an hour away because investigators believe that is where he actually killed Lauren and then took her to that cemetery in another jurisdiction. He's facing now 3 felony counts in Forest County: first-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and larceny by taking of a motor vehicle. So Lauren's loved ones say this wouldn't have happened if Rivers had been kept behind bars in Tennessee after that initial alleged attack. And now Nashville judges, they want answers about Rivers' release from the Davidson County Jail on June 24th. A 6-judge panel has scheduled an evidentiary hearing for August 15th, where representatives from Brooks Bail Bonding and On Time Bonding are expected to testify. And the bottom line, they need to figure out how on earth this happened. The panel will be seeking receipts, documents, emails, photographic evidence of what these companies knew before Rivers left the state. In the court order, it states, it appears to the court that certain irregularities may have accompanied the posting of bond and release of the defendant in this matter. Now, each of these companies could face suspension or lose their ability to write bonds in Davidson County, depending on what the panel decides. There could also be criminal consequences as well. Brooke Harlan, who I mentioned, she owns Brooks Bail Bonding, she released a statement saying, I'm welcoming the hearing and looking forward to the truth and real facts being presented in the said hearing. There has been a lot of misinformation in conjunction with flat-out lies that have been put out there, and I'm looking forward to setting the record straight, as everyone deserves to know the truth. Well, Lauren's father started a GoFundMe in memory of his daughter, saying she was an animal lover. She was studying to become a registered nurse. If anybody wants to contribute, please. The family needs your support. And at the end of the day, this is just another case of a young person taken away too soon. Okay, so now I want to bring in Dr. Lance Johansson to talk about this absolutely tragic, horrible case that, in my opinion, was easily preventable. And we're going to get to the bottom of where these mistakes happened. But Doctor, good to see you again. For people who don't know, we've had the chance to meet on another program before, but I just want to tell you again, I can't tell you how sorry I am for your loss and for what you and the family are going through, particularly as we learn more about lapses that happened here. And again, how Lauren's death, again, in my opinion, was easily preventable. But I want to ask you, since the last time we spoke, how are you and the family doing right now?
Well, I appreciate you asking. And of course, we're not doing very good. We buried Lauren the Saturday before last. It was very difficult. But I just want to let everybody know that we're struggling. We're doing the best we can. And this is just a horrendous thing to have to deal with. And I just want my daughter back.
I know. The GoFundMe that you set up, is that a direct way that people can help support you guys through this? And again, if you could tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, the GoFundMe that we set up for Lauren, as I mentioned in the GoFundMe, she and I were driving back from Nashville, and he says, Daddy, if he ever kills me, please make sure that my animals and the kids, she called her younger brother and her younger brother and sister, who are the twins, the kids, because she was pretty much like their mother. When they were born, she was a little bit older. And as we managed before, my wife's a little incapacitated. So she and I have been a tag team taking care of their mother and the other 3 children that I have. And just, I don't know, I almost lost my train of thought there, just thinking how difficult it is to take care of them. But what Lauren wanted was them to be taken care of. And we're not exactly sure how we're going to make the funds in her honor work. But her life goal was to take care of her brother and sisters. her two brothers and her sister.
Well, we're going to put the GoFundMe up. This will be amplified. People will see this, and hopefully they can help you in any way that you.
I'll never slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna